Ways of Seeing, An Introduction to Art Criticism and Appreciation, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, The Nature of Seeing. Seeing is more than a passive act. It is an active process shaped by perception, experience, and cultural influences. When we look at a work of art, we do not merely register its colors and forms. We interpret, analyze, and respond to it in ways that are deeply personal, yet shaped by broader social and historical contexts. The nature of seeing is central to understanding art as it determines how we engage with and make meaning from visual experiences. Perception plays a crucial role in how we see and interpret art. While vision allows us to receive images, perception involves processing and assigning meaning to them. Our brains fill in gaps, emphasize certain details, and downplay others based on past experiences, biases, and cultural conditioning. This is why two people can look at the same artwork and derive completely different meanings. For example, an abstract painting might evoke a sense of freedom and movement in one viewer, while appearing chaotic and meaningless to another. Culture and context further shape the way we see. The same artwork may carry different meanings across different societies or historical periods. A religious icon from the Renaissance might be viewed with reverence by those familiar with its symbolic meaning, but might appear as merely an ornate historical artifact to a modern secular viewer. Similarly, contemporary street art may be interpreted as vandalism by some, and as a powerful form of social commentary by others. Understanding an artwork often requires knowledge of the time and place in which it was created, as well as an awareness of the artist's intentions and the audience's expectations. One of the fundamental questions in art criticism is whether seeing can ever be truly objective. While formal analysis allows us to describe an artwork's technical aspects, such as color, composition, and technique, our interpretation is always influenced by personal and cultural factors. Subjectivity plays a major role in art appreciation, and this diversity of perspectives is what makes art so rich and meaningful. Rather than seeking a single correct interpretation, art criticism embraces multiple viewpoints and encourages dialogue. Ultimately, the act of seeing is a conversation between the viewer and the artwork. Just as artists make choices about what to depict and how to depict it, viewers bring their own perspectives, emotions, and knowledge to the experience of looking. The way we see art is not fixed. It evolves as we learn more, as our tastes develop, and as society changes. By understanding the nature of seeing, we become more aware of our own perceptions and open ourselves to deeper, more meaningful engagements with art. The role of perception in art. Perception is the bridge between the viewer and the artwork, shaping how we interpret and emotionally respond to what we see. While vision provides the raw sensory input, perception organizes and gives meaning to these visual experiences. It is a dynamic process influenced by psychological, cultural, and individual factors, making art appreciation deeply personal, yet also rooted in shared human experiences. One of the key aspects of perception in art is how the brain processes visual stimuli. Artists use elements such as color, light, perspective, and composition to guide the viewer's eye and create a sense of movement, depth, or focus. Optical illusions, for example, reveal how perception can be manipulated. What appears to be one image at first glance might transform into something entirely different upon closer examination. Similarly, an artist's use of perspective can trick the eye into seeing three-dimensional depth on a flat canvas. These techniques highlight the active nature of perception. It is not merely about receiving images, but about interpreting and making sense of them. Memory and personal experience also shape perception. When encountering a work of art, viewers often draw on their own emotions, past experiences, and subconscious associations. A particular shade of blue might evoke a sense of calm in one person, while reminding another of sadness or isolation. A painting of a vast, empty landscape might feel peaceful to some and lonely to others. These differing responses demonstrate how perception is not solely about what is present in the artwork, but also about what the viewer brings to it. Cultural background plays a crucial role in perception as well. Artistic symbols and visual conventions vary across cultures, affecting how people interpret an image. A motif that signifies good fortune in one society might carry a completely different meaning in another. Traditional Western perspective techniques, such as linear perspective, may seem natural to those raised in that artistic tradition, while other cultures have historically emphasized different approaches, such as flattened space or symbolic representation. This variation shows that perception is not universal. It is shaped by the cultural and historical contexts in which we live. Ultimately, perception is what makes art an interactive experience rather than a static object. It allows for multiple interpretations, making art rich with meaning and open to discussion. By understanding how perception works, viewers can become more aware of their own biases and assumptions, leading to a deeper and more nuanced appreciation of art. Recognizing the role of perception in art helps us see beyond the surface, engaging with artworks in ways that are both intellectually and emotionally fulfilling. The influence of culture and context. Culture and context play a fundamental role in shaping how art is created, interpreted, and valued. No artwork exists in isolation. It is always a product of the time, place, and cultural environment in which it was made. The symbols, styles, and themes in art often reflect societal beliefs, historical events, and shared traditions, making cultural awareness essential for a deeper understanding of artistic expression. Art serves as a mirror of the society from which it emerges. For example, the grandeur and religious devotion of Renaissance paintings reflect the deep influence of Christianity in Europe during that time, while the geometric patterns and calligraphy of Islamic art reveal a cultural emphasis on abstraction and spirituality. Similarly, the bold, politically charged murals of Mexican artists such as Diego Rivera were shaped by the country's revolutionary history and struggles for social justice. Each of these artistic traditions carries meanings that are deeply tied to the historical and cultural contexts in which they developed. Context also influences how viewers perceive and interpret art. The same image can have vastly different meanings depending on where and when it is seen. A work of art that was once considered radical or controversial may later be celebrated as a masterpiece, while another piece that was once revered may lose significance over time. For instance, Vincent van Gogh's paintings were largely dismissed during his lifetime, but later became some of the most admired works in art history. Similarly, contemporary audiences might view ancient sculptures differently than the people for whom they were originally created, as the cultural meanings and intended functions have shifted over centuries. Cross-cultural interactions have further shaped artistic evolution. As societies have become more interconnected through trade, migration, and globalization, artistic styles and techniques have been influenced by diverse traditions. Japanese ukiyo-e prints, for example, had a profound impact on Impressionist painters in 19th century France, leading to new approaches to composition and color. Likewise, African masks and sculptures played a crucial role in the development of modernist movements such as Cubism, influencing artists like Pablo Picasso. These exchanges highlight how art is not confined to a single cultural framework, but instead evolves through constant dialogue between different traditions. Ultimately, understanding culture and context enriches the experience of viewing and interpreting art. It allows us to see beyond surface aesthetics and recognize the deeper meanings embedded within an artwork. By considering the historical, social, and cultural background of a piece, we gain insight into the artist's intentions and the values of the society that shaped it. This awareness not only enhances our appreciation of art, but also fosters a greater understanding of different cultures and perspectives. Subjectivity versus objectivity in art interpretation. Art interpretation exists at the intersection of subjectivity and objectivity, creating a dynamic tension between personal experience and universal principles. While some aspects of art analysis rely on objective criteria, much of what we perceive and feel when engaging with a work of art is shaped by individual perspectives, emotions, and cultural backgrounds. This balance between subjective and objective interpretation is what makes art both deeply personal and broadly meaningful. Objectivity in art interpretation is grounded in elements that can be analyzed without personal bias. These include formal qualities such as color, composition, technique, and structure. For instance, a painting can be objectively described based on its use of light and shadow, its adherence to or deviation from artistic conventions, and its technical execution. Art historians and critics often rely on objective analysis to compare works across different periods and styles, assessing how artists have innovated or adhered to traditional techniques. Similarly, understanding an artwork's historical and cultural context can provide objective insights into its intended meaning, purpose, or symbolism. However, even the most detailed formal analysis cannot fully capture the essence of a work of art without considering the subjective experience of the viewer. Subjectivity in art interpretation acknowledges that emotions, personal memories, and cultural conditioning all shape the way individuals perceive and respond to art. A single painting can evoke different emotions in different viewers. What one person sees as a joyful and vibrant depiction of life, another might interpret as chaotic or overwhelming. Personal associations, life experiences, and even mood at the moment of viewing can all influence how an artwork is understood. The debate between subjectivity and objectivity in art interpretation raises important questions about artistic intent and viewer response. Should the meaning of a work of art be determined solely by the artist's intention, or does meaning emerge through the interaction between the artwork and its audience? Some theories, such as the death of the author concept in literary and art criticism, suggest that the viewer's interpretation holds as much weight as the artist's original message. Others argue that an artwork's meaning should be rooted in historical and contextual evidence to avoid misinterpretation or distortion. Ultimately, the most enriching approach to art interpretation involves both objective analysis and subjective engagement. While formal study provides a foundation for understanding artistic techniques and historical significance, personal reflection allows viewers to connect with art on a deeper emotional level. The coexistence of these perspectives is what makes art interpretation endlessly fascinating, allowing for multiple viewpoints and continuous dialogue across time, cultures, and personal experiences. How seeing shapes understanding. Seeing is not a passive act, but an active process that shapes the way we understand the world and, by extension, art. When we look at something, our brains do more than simply register visual information. They interpret, filter, and construct meaning based on past experiences, cultural conditioning, and cognitive biases. This complex interaction between vision and perception plays a crucial role in how we engage with and understand art. Our understanding of art begins with what we see, but it does not end there. Artists manipulate visual elements such as color, form, light, and composition to guide the viewer's attention and evoke specific responses. For example, the dramatic use of light and shadow in Baroque paintings, such as those by Caravaggio, creates a sense of depth and emotional intensity that draws the viewer into the scene. Similarly, abstract artists use color and shape to evoke emotions or challenge conventional ways of seeing. The way an artwork is visually structured influences how we interpret its meaning, often without us being fully aware of it. However, seeing is not a neutral or purely objective process. What we notice and how we interpret what we see is shaped by our experiences, expectations, and cultural background. A person familiar with religious iconography might immediately recognize the symbolism in a Renaissance painting, while someone without that background might focus more on its aesthetic qualities. The same image can carry different meanings for different viewers based on their personal and cultural perspectives. This is why an artwork can be seen as beautiful, unsettling, or thought-provoking, depending on who is looking at it and what they bring to the experience. Context also plays a significant role in shaping understanding. The way we see an artwork is influenced by where and how it is presented. A painting displayed in a museum carries a different significance than the same painting found in a private home or on a billboard. Street art, for example, often gains meaning from its urban surroundings, engaging with political or social issues in ways that would not be as powerful if the same imagery were placed in a gallery. The environment in which we encounter art affects how we perceive and interpret it, reinforcing the idea that seeing is an active and contextual process. Ultimately, seeing shapes understanding by filtering and framing our perception of art. It is not just about what is physically present in an artwork, but also about how we process and interpret it. Recognizing this can lead to a more conscious and engaged approach to viewing art, allowing for deeper connections and a greater appreciation of the diverse ways in which artists communicate meaning. The relationship between viewer and artwork. The relationship between a viewer and an artwork is an interactive and ever-changing experience shaped by perception, emotions, personal history, and cultural background. Art is not merely a static object to be observed. It is a conversation, a connection formed between what the artist has created and how the viewer interprets it. This relationship is what gives art its depth and significance, allowing it to evoke emotions, provoke thought, and inspire new perspectives. One of the most fascinating aspects of this relationship is that it is not fixed. The way a person engages with an artwork can change over time based on new experiences, knowledge, or emotional states. A painting that once seemed confusing or uninteresting may later resonate deeply with a viewer after they have gained new insights or gone through personal growth. Likewise, an artwork that once evoked joy might later take on a melancholic tone due to changes in the viewer's life. This fluidity highlights the subjective nature of art appreciation and the evolving dialogue between the viewer and the work. The role of interpretation is central to this connection. While artists may create their work with specific intentions or meanings, the viewer ultimately plays a crucial role in completing the experience of the artwork. A single piece can hold multiple interpretations, each influenced by the unique perspective of the observer. This is especially evident in abstract and conceptual art, where meaning is often open-ended and shaped by the viewer's emotions, memories, and imagination. Even in more representational works, elements such as symbolism, composition, and color can be understood in different ways, depending on the viewer's background and experiences. Cultural and historical context further influences this relationship. The meaning of an artwork can shift depending on where and when it is viewed. A political mural that speaks to contemporary struggles may be seen differently in the future when the social context has changed. Similarly, classical paintings that once held religious or political significance may be appreciated today more for their aesthetic qualities than their original intended messages. The viewer's cultural lens determines how they engage with art, making it a dynamic and layered experience. Ultimately, the connection between a viewer and an artwork is what makes art powerful and enduring. It allows for emotional resonance, intellectual engagement, and personal reflection. By recognizing that this relationship is both personal and influenced by broader social factors, viewers can develop a deeper and more meaningful appreciation of art, seeing it not just as an object, but as an experience that evolves with them over time. Chapter 2: The Language of Art. Art, like language, is a form of communication that conveys meaning, emotion, and ideas. While spoken and written language rely on words, art uses visual elements such as color, line, shape, texture, and composition to express messages. Understanding the language of art allows viewers to engage more deeply with artworks, decoding their meanings and appreciating the techniques that artists use to create impact. At the core of this visual language are the elements of art. Line, for example, can be used to guide the viewer's eye, create movement, or establish a sense of structure. Bold, jagged lines may convey tension or energy, while soft, curved lines can create a sense of calm or fluidity. Shape and form contribute to composition and depth, distinguishing between two-dimensional and three-dimensional representations. Color, one of the most powerful elements, influences mood and symbolism. Warm colors like red and yellow can evoke excitement or passion, while cooler tones like blue and green often suggest tranquility or introspection. Artists carefully select and arrange these elements to guide interpretation and emotional response. In addition to elements, the principles of design play a crucial role in how art is organized. Concepts such as balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity help artists create harmony or tension within a piece. Symmetrical compositions often feel stable and orderly, while asymmetry can create movement and unpredictability. Contrast, achieved through differences in color, texture, or shape, directs attention and enhances visual impact. These principles shape how the viewer experiences an artwork, much like grammar and sentence structure shape spoken and written language. Symbolism further enriches the language of art by embedding deeper meanings within visual elements. Throughout history, artists have used symbols to convey messages beyond the literal appearance of their work. A skull in a painting may symbolize mortality, a broken chain might represent freedom, and a dove could signify peace. Cultural context is key to understanding these symbols, as meanings can vary across societies and time periods. The interpretation of symbols requires an awareness of historical and social influences that shape an artwork's meaning. Ultimately, the language of art is not confined to a single set of rules or definitions. It is fluid and open to interpretation, allowing for multiple layers of meaning. Just as spoken language evolves over time and across cultures, artistic expression adapts to new movements, technologies, and perspectives. By learning to read and analyze the visual language of art, viewers can deepen their appreciation and understanding, engaging with artworks on a more profound level, and recognizing the ways in which artists communicate through form, color, and composition. Elements of art: line, shape, color, texture, and space. The elements of art are the fundamental building blocks that artists use to create visual compositions. Among these, line, shape, color, texture, and space play essential roles in conveying meaning, guiding the viewer's eye, and evoking emotions. By understanding these elements, viewers can develop a deeper appreciation for how artworks are constructed and interpreted. Line is one of the most basic yet expressive elements in art. It can be used to outline forms, create movement, or suggest depth. Lines can vary in thickness, direction, and intensity, each variation influencing the overall mood of the piece. A jagged, erratic line might convey tension or chaos, while a smooth, flowing line can create a sense of harmony or grace. Artists use lines not only to define objects, but also to guide the viewer's gaze through a composition, leading them from one area of focus to another. Shape, closely related to line, refers to the two-dimensional areas defined by boundaries. Shapes can be geometric, such as circles, squares, and triangles, or organic, appearing more natural and free-flowing. The choice of shapes within an artwork affects its visual impact and interpretation. For instance, rigid geometric shapes often suggest stability or structure, while irregular, organic shapes may feel more dynamic or expressive. When depth is added to shape, it becomes form, transforming two-dimensional space into three-dimensional representation. Color is one of the most powerful elements of art, influencing mood, symbolism, and perception. The color wheel, composed of primary, secondary, and tertiary colors, provides a foundation for understanding relationships between colors. Warm colors like red, orange, and yellow often evoke energy, passion, or warmth, while cool colors such as blue, green, and purple create a sense of calm, distance, or melancholy. Artists use color contrast and harmony to create emphasis, unity, or dramatic effects within their compositions. Additionally, the intensity and value of a color, how bright or dark it appears, further influence the emotional and visual experience of an artwork. Texture refers to the surface quality of an artwork, either real or implied. Actual texture is physically present, as seen in thick layers of paint in an impasto painting or the rough surface of a sculpture. Implied texture, on the other hand, is visually suggested through artistic techniques, making a two-dimensional image appear as though it has a tangible surface. Texture enhances the sensory experience of art, adding richness and depth to compositions. Space is the element that defines depth, perspective, and the arrangement of objects within a composition. Artists use techniques such as overlapping, scale, and linear perspective to create the illusion of three-dimensionality on a flat surface. Positive space refers to the objects or subjects in an artwork, while negative space is the empty area surrounding them. Effective use of space can create balance, focus, and movement, drawing attention to key elements within a piece. Together, these elements of art form the foundation of visual expression, allowing artists to communicate ideas and emotions while shaping the way viewers engage with their work. Principles of design: balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity. The principles of design serve as the guidelines for arranging the elements of art in a way that creates harmony, interest, and effective communication. Among these principles, balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity play a crucial role in shaping how a composition is perceived and experienced. Artists use these principles to create visually engaging works that guide the viewer's eye, establish emphasis, and evoke emotions. Balance refers to the distribution of visual weight within an artwork. It ensures that no single part of the composition overpowers the others, creating a sense of stability and order. There are three main types of balance: symmetrical, asymmetrical, and radial. Symmetrical balance, where elements are evenly distributed on either side of a central axis, often conveys a sense of formality and harmony. Asymmetrical balance, on the other hand, creates visual interest by distributing different elements in a way that still feels stable, even if they are not identical. Radial balance arranges elements around a central point, often seen in circular designs, creating a dynamic yet structured composition. Contrast is the principle that emphasizes differences between elements to create visual impact and draw attention. It can be achieved through variations in color, shape, texture, or size. A stark contrast between dark and light areas, known as chiaroscuro, was famously used by artists like Caravaggio to create dramatic effects. Contrast can also be used to highlight focal points, making certain aspects of an artwork stand out. By incorporating strong contrasts, artists add depth, energy, and emphasis to their compositions. Rhythm in art is created through the repetition of visual elements, leading the viewer's eye across the composition in a structured way. Just as rhythm in music creates a sense of movement and flow, visual rhythm guides how an artwork is experienced. There are different types of rhythm, including regular, flowing, and progressive. Regular rhythm repeats elements in a consistent pattern, while flowing rhythm mimics natural movements like waves or curves. Progressive rhythm gradually changes elements in a sequence, creating a sense of transformation or motion. Rhythm brings dynamism to a piece, preventing it from feeling static or disjointed. Unity is the principle that brings all elements of a composition together to create a cohesive and harmonious whole. When an artwork achieves unity, every part feels connected, working together to support the overall message or aesthetic. Artists achieve unity by repeating colors, shapes, or textures, as well as by ensuring that all elements contribute to a single, unified idea. Without unity, an artwork may feel chaotic or fragmented. However, a strong sense of unity provides visual satisfaction and a sense of completeness. By applying these principles, artists create compositions that are engaging, well-structured, and emotionally compelling. Balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity work together to shape how a viewer interacts with and interprets an artwork, making them essential to effective artistic communication. Symbolism and meaning in visual representation. Symbolism is a powerful tool in visual representation, allowing artists to convey deeper meanings, emotions, and ideas beyond the literal appearance of their work. Throughout history, symbols have been used in art to communicate cultural values, religious beliefs, political statements, and personal expressions. By understanding symbolism, viewers can uncover hidden layers of meaning and engage more deeply with an artwork. Symbols can take many forms, from objects and colors to figures and gestures. In religious art, for example, halos around figures signify holiness, while the use of light often represents divine presence or enlightenment. In Renaissance paintings, a skull might symbolize mortality and the fleeting nature of life, while a broken mirror could suggest illusion or loss. Similarly, national flags, animals, and mythological figures often serve as representations of identity, power, or virtue. These symbols carry meaning that extends beyond their immediate appearance, shaped by historical and cultural contexts. Color plays a crucial role in symbolism, as different hues evoke distinct emotions and meanings. Red is often associated with passion, danger, or power, while blue can represent calmness, spirituality, or melancholy. In some cultures, white symbolizes purity and innocence, while in others, it is linked to mourning and death. Artists strategically use color to enhance the emotional and symbolic impact of their work, guiding the viewer's interpretation. Cultural and historical context heavily influences the meaning of symbols. An image that conveys one idea in one culture might have a completely different meaning in another. For instance, the lotus flower in Western art might simply be seen as a beautiful plant, but in Eastern traditions, it symbolizes spiritual enlightenment and rebirth. Similarly, a raised fist can signify solidarity and resistance in some contexts, while in others, it may be interpreted differently depending on historical and political associations. Understanding these cultural nuances is essential for accurately interpreting symbolism in art. Artists also use symbolism to challenge or subvert traditional meanings, creating ambiguity and inviting multiple interpretations. Surrealist painters, such as Salvador Dali, often combined ordinary objects in unexpected ways to provoke thought and explore the subconscious. Contemporary artists frequently employ symbols to comment on social and political issues, using familiar imagery in ways that challenge conventional understandings. This ability to reshape meaning through symbolism makes art a dynamic and ever-evolving form of communication. Ultimately, symbolism in visual representation enriches the artistic experience, offering layers of meaning that go beyond what is immediately visible. By recognizing and interpreting these symbols, viewers can engage with art on a deeper level, uncovering personal, cultural, and historical significance embedded within each piece. Whether traditional or abstract, intentional or open-ended, symbolism remains one of the most effective ways for artists to communicate complex ideas and emotions. The role of composition in art interpretation. Composition is the arrangement of visual elements within an artwork, playing a crucial role in how it is perceived and interpreted. Artists use composition to guide the viewer's eye, create emphasis, and establish balance, ultimately shaping the meaning and emotional impact of a piece. A well-structured composition enhances the clarity and effectiveness of an artwork, ensuring that its message is communicated in a compelling way. One of the key functions of composition is directing the viewer's gaze. Through strategic placement of lines, shapes, and colors, artists control how the eye moves across the artwork. Leading lines, for example, can create pathways that guide the viewer toward focal points. In Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, the lines of the table and walls draw the eye toward the central figure of Christ, reinforcing his importance in the scene. Similarly, triangular compositions, frequently used in Renaissance paintings, create stability and focus by organizing subjects in a way that naturally leads the eye from one point to another. Balance is another essential aspect of composition that affects interpretation. Symmetrical compositions, where elements are evenly distributed, often convey harmony, order, and formality. This can be seen in religious and classical paintings, where symmetry reinforces a sense of divine perfection or structured authority. In contrast, asymmetrical compositions create visual tension and dynamism, often making a piece feel more spontaneous or dramatic. Artists use this technique to evoke movement and emotion, as seen in works like Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808, where the off-center arrangement intensifies the sense of chaos and urgency. Composition also influences the mood and atmosphere of an artwork. A tightly framed composition, where subjects fill most of the space, can create a sense of intimacy or claustrophobia, depending on the context. Conversely, an open composition with ample negative space can evoke tranquility, isolation, or vastness. In Japanese ink paintings, for example, large areas of empty space contribute to a meditative and contemplative mood, emphasizing the beauty of simplicity. The placement of subjects within a composition can further shape meaning. In portraiture, positioning a figure centrally with direct eye contact often conveys authority or confidence, while placing a figure off-center or in shadow might suggest introspection or vulnerability. The rule of thirds, a common compositional guideline, divides an image into 9 equal sections, positioning focal points along intersecting lines to create balance and visual interest. Ultimately, composition is not just about aesthetics. It is a deliberate tool that shapes interpretation. By carefully arranging visual elements, artists create rhythm, hierarchy, and emphasis, ensuring that their message is conveyed effectively. Recognizing these compositional choices allows viewers to engage more deeply with art, appreciating both its technical craftsmanship and its underlying meaning. The power of visual metaphors. Visual metaphors are a powerful means of communication in art, allowing artists to convey complex ideas, emotions, and themes through imagery. Unlike literal representations, metaphors create symbolic connections between seemingly unrelated elements, encouraging viewers to engage in deeper interpretation. By using visual metaphors, artists can express abstract concepts, evoke emotions, and challenge perspectives in ways that words alone cannot. One of the most compelling aspects of visual metaphors is their ability to convey meaning subtly, yet effectively. A single image can carry multiple layers of interpretation, depending on its context and the viewer's perspective. For example, in Frida Kahlo's The Two Fridas, the depiction of two versions of herself, one in traditional Mexican clothing and the other in European attire, symbolizes her struggle with identity and dual heritage. This visual metaphor expresses an internal conflict in a way that is both deeply personal and universally relatable. Artists also use visual metaphors to critique society and provoke thought. In political and social commentary, metaphorical imagery often highlights issues that might be difficult to address directly. Banksy, the anonymous street artist, frequently employs visual metaphors to challenge authority and consumer culture. One of his famous works, depicting a child reaching out for a heart-shaped balloon, can symbolize lost innocence, unattainable dreams, or fleeting hope, depending on the viewer's interpretation. The ambiguity of visual metaphors allows them to resonate across different audiences and cultural backgrounds. Color, composition, and juxtaposition play key roles in reinforcing visual metaphors. The placement of objects, contrasts between elements, and the use of light and shadow can all enhance metaphorical meaning. Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, for instance, uses melting clocks as a metaphor for the fluid and subjective nature of time. By distorting a familiar object, Dali transforms time into something surreal and uncertain, inviting viewers to question their own perception of reality. Nature is another frequent source of visual metaphors in art. A stormy sky might symbolize turmoil or impending change, while a blooming flower can represent growth, renewal, or fleeting beauty. In traditional Chinese painting, elements like mountains, rivers, and birds are often used metaphorically to express philosophical and spiritual ideas. These metaphors transcend language barriers, allowing emotions and messages to be understood universally. Ultimately, visual metaphors enrich artistic expression by encouraging viewers to think beyond the obvious. They create connections between the familiar and the abstract, transforming ordinary images into profound statements. By engaging with these metaphors, viewers can uncover deeper meanings, making the experience of art more thought-provoking and emotionally resonant. Chapter 3: Historical Perspectives on Art. Art has played a fundamental role in human history, reflecting cultural values, societal changes, and evolving artistic techniques. From prehistoric cave paintings to contemporary digital media, artistic expression has continuously developed in response to historical events, technological advancements, and philosophical shifts. Understanding the historical context of art provides insight into how societies have viewed the world, expressed their beliefs, and shaped their identities over time. The earliest known artworks, such as the cave paintings in Lascaux, France, date back over 17,000 years and serve as evidence of early humans' desire to communicate and record their experiences. These images of animals and hunting scenes suggest that art was not merely decorative, but had a deeper purpose, possibly linked to rituals, storytelling, or spiritual beliefs. As civilizations emerged, artistic expression became more sophisticated, with the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans developing distinct styles that reflected their religious, political, and philosophical ideals. In ancient Egypt, art was deeply tied to religion and the afterlife. The rigid, hierarchical compositions of Egyptian paintings and sculptures emphasized order and divine authority, reinforcing the belief that pharaohs were godlike rulers. Similarly, Greek art, particularly in sculpture and architecture, focused on harmony, proportion, and idealized human forms. The Parthenon and statues like the Discobolus exemplify the Greek pursuit of beauty and balance, while later Roman art expanded on Greek traditions, incorporating realism and grandeur in their depictions of emperors and historical events. The Middle Ages saw a shift in artistic focus, with religious themes dominating European art. Gothic cathedrals, illuminated manuscripts, and Byzantine mosaics emphasized spirituality, often portraying biblical figures in stylized, symbolic ways. The Renaissance, however, marked a turning point, as artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo embraced humanism, perspective, and anatomical accuracy. This period witnessed groundbreaking innovations in painting, sculpture, and architecture, leading to masterpieces like The Last Supper and David. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution and modernity, art movements became increasingly diverse and experimental. The 19th and 20th centuries saw the rise of Impressionism, Cubism, Surrealism, and Abstract Expressionism, each challenging traditional artistic norms. Figures like Claude Monet, Pablo Picasso, and Jackson Pollock redefined artistic boundaries, exploring new techniques and perspectives. Today, contemporary art continues to push the limits of creativity, integrating technology, performance, and multimedia elements. Art remains a reflection of society, responding to political, environmental, and cultural issues. By examining historical perspectives on art, we gain a deeper appreciation for the ways in which artistic expression has evolved and how it continues to shape our understanding of the world. Art in ancient civilizations. Art played a central role in ancient civilizations, serving as a means of communication, religious expression, and political propaganda. From the grand pyramids of Egypt to the intricate pottery of the Greeks, artistic achievements from these early societies provide valuable insights into their beliefs, values, and technological advancements. Each civilization developed distinct artistic styles that reflected their culture, leaving a lasting impact on the history of visual expression. In ancient Egypt, art was deeply intertwined with religion and the afterlife. Egyptian artists adhered to strict conventions, using a formal, stylized approach to depict figures in profile with rigid poses. Wall paintings and carvings in tombs and temples illustrated scenes of daily life, mythology, and divine rulership, reinforcing the belief in an eternal existence beyond death. Monumental architecture, such as the pyramids and the Sphinx, demonstrated the Egyptians' advanced engineering skills and their dedication to honoring gods and pharaohs. Hieroglyphics, a unique system of pictorial writing, further exemplified how art functioned as both decoration and a means of communication. In Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, art was closely linked to governance and religion. The Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians created impressive relief sculptures depicting war victories, religious ceremonies, and mythological tales. The Ziggurat of Ur, a massive temple structure, showcased their architectural prowess and devotion to the gods. One of the most well-known artifacts from this region is the Stele of Hammurabi, which features one of the earliest recorded legal codes inscribed beneath an image of King Hammurabi receiving laws from the sun god, Shamash. Such works demonstrate how art in Mesopotamia was not just aesthetic, but also functional, reinforcing social hierarchies and divine authority. The art of ancient Greece emphasized humanism, idealized beauty, and balance. Greek sculptors, such as Phidias and Polykleitos, perfected the portrayal of the human form, creating lifelike statues that celebrated athleticism and harmony. Architecture flourished, with the Parthenon standing as a testament to Greek innovation in design and symmetry. Vase paintings, often adorned with mythological scenes, provided a glimpse into Greek daily life, rituals, and storytelling traditions. The Greeks' emphasis on realism and proportion set the foundation for Western artistic traditions, influencing later Roman and Renaissance art. Meanwhile, in ancient China, art reflected philosophical ideals and a deep connection to nature. The Shang and Zhou dynasties produced elaborate bronze vessels used in ancestral worship, while calligraphy and ink painting became highly revered forms of artistic expression. Traditional Chinese art often emphasized harmony, simplicity, and spiritual symbolism, elements that persisted through centuries of artistic evolution. Across these civilizations, art served as more than mere decoration. It was a means of documenting history, reinforcing power, and expressing cultural identity. The artistic legacies of these ancient societies continue to inspire and inform modern art, highlighting the timeless nature of human creativity. The Renaissance and the birth of perspective. The Renaissance was a period of cultural rebirth that transformed art, science, and philosophy in Europe between the 14th and 17th centuries. One of its most groundbreaking developments was the introduction of linear perspective, a technique that allowed artists to create the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality on a flat surface. This innovation marked a dramatic departure from the flat, symbolic representations of the Middle Ages, leading to a new era of realism and artistic mastery. Before the Renaissance, medieval art largely focused on religious themes, often presenting figures in a stylized, hierarchical manner without natural proportions or spatial depth. The Renaissance, influenced by the revival of classical Greek and Roman ideals, placed a greater emphasis on humanism, observation, and the study of nature. Artists sought to depict the world as accurately as possible, leading to experiments in light, shadow, anatomy, and spatial relationships. The birth of perspective is often credited to the Italian architect and artist Filippo Brunelleschi, who conducted a series of experiments in the early 15th century to mathematically determine how parallel lines converge toward a single vanishing point. This discovery laid the foundation for linear perspective, a technique that allowed artists to create depth by organizing space logically. Leon Battista Alberti, another key figure, formalized these ideas in his treatise on painting, 1435, providing a systematic approach to constructing perspective in art. One of the earliest masterpieces to fully embrace linear perspective was the Holy Trinity, 1425, by Masaccio. In this fresco, the use of a vanishing point at the base of the cross creates a striking sense of depth, drawing the viewer's eye into the receding architectural space. This work demonstrated how perspective could enhance realism, making scenes appear more immersive and natural. Leonardo da Vinci, a central figure of the High Renaissance, further refined perspective through his meticulous studies of anatomy and light. His masterpiece, The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, exemplifies perfect perspective, with Christ positioned at the focal point of converging lines, emphasizing his central role in the composition. Similarly, Raphael's The School of Athens, 1511, showcases Renaissance perspective at its peak, creating a vast, harmonious architectural space that reinforces the grandeur of classical knowledge. Perspective revolutionized art, allowing for more dynamic and realistic compositions. It not only changed the way artists depicted space, but also influenced architecture, theater design, and scientific illustration. By mastering perspective, Renaissance artists elevated art to new heights, bridging the gap between artistic expression and empirical observation. Their discoveries continue to shape artistic techniques today, proving that the Renaissance was truly a turning point in the history of visual representation. Modernism and the break from tradition. Modernism emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a radical departure from traditional artistic conventions. It was a response to rapid industrialization, urbanization, and shifting philosophical perspectives, leading artists to reject historical styles in favor of innovation and experimentation. Modernist artists sought to redefine the purpose and function of art, emphasizing individual expression, abstraction, and a break from realism. One of the defining characteristics of modernism was the rejection of academic art, which had dominated Western culture for centuries. Traditional techniques, such as perspective and idealized forms, were abandoned in favor of new approaches that emphasized the artist's subjective experience. The Impressionists, including Claude Monet and Edgar Degas, were among the first to challenge established norms by capturing fleeting moments with loose brushwork and vibrant color. Their works defied the rigid compositions of the past, focusing instead on light, movement, and atmosphere. As modernism evolved, artists pushed further into abstraction. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, deconstructed reality into geometric shapes, challenging the notion that art must represent the world as it appears. This fragmentation of form marked a profound shift in artistic thinking, leading to movements such as Futurism, which celebrated speed and technology, and Dada, which rejected logic and embraced absurdity. The Dadaists, including Marcel Duchamp, questioned the very definition of art, famously presenting everyday objects like a urinal, Fountain, 1917, as artistic statements. Expressionism, another key modernist movement, focused on emotional intensity and distortion of form to convey inner experience. Artists like Edvard Munch and Egon Schiele used exaggerated colors and dynamic compositions to express psychological depth. Meanwhile, Surrealism, led by figures like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte, explored the world of dreams and the subconscious, creating enigmatic, thought-provoking imagery that defied rational interpretation. The modernist break from tradition was not limited to painting and sculpture. It also influenced architecture, literature, and music. Architects such as Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright embraced functionalism and minimalism, creating buildings that prioritize structure over ornamentation. In literature, writers like James Joyce and Virginia Woolf experimented with stream of consciousness narratives, breaking away from conventional storytelling techniques. Modernism redefined the boundaries of artistic expression, challenging viewers to see the world in new ways. By rejecting historical constraints and embracing innovation, modernist artists paved the way for contemporary art movements, proving that art is not confined by tradition, but is instead an evolving reflection of human experience and cultural change. Postmodernism and the questioning of meaning. Postmodernism emerged in the mid to late 20th century as a reaction against the ideals of modernism, challenging notions of absolute truth, artistic purity, and linear progress. Unlike modernists, who sought to break from tradition to create new artistic languages, postmodernists questioned whether originality was even possible. They embraced ambiguity, irony, and fragmentation, rejecting the idea that art should have a singular meaning or definitive interpretation. A key feature of postmodern art is its skepticism toward grand narratives. overarching explanations that claim to define history, culture, or artistic progress. Thinkers like Jean-François Lyotard argued that these narratives were constructed illusions, leading postmodern artists to embrace a more pluralistic and self-aware approach. As a result, postmodern works often blur the boundaries between high and low culture, incorporating elements of mass media, advertising, and pop culture to challenge traditional hierarchies of artistic value. One of the most recognizable forms of postmodern art is pop art, led by artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein. Warhol's repetition of consumer goods, Campbell's soup cans, and celebrity portraits, Marilyn Diptyque, questioned the nature of originality and authorship, suggesting that art could be as much about reproduction as creation. Similarly, Lichtenstein's comic book-inspired paintings blurred distinctions between commercial and fine art, forcing viewers to reconsider what qualifies as artistic expression. Postmodern artists also played with appropriation, the act of borrowing or repurposing existing images, styles, or cultural references. Cindy Sherman's self-portraits, which mimic film stills and historical portraits, challenge ideas of identity and representation, while Barbara Kruger's bold text-based works critique consumerism and gender politics. By recontextualizing familiar imagery, these artists prompt viewers to question the meanings imposed by society and media. Architecture, too, saw a major shift under postmodernism. Figures like Robert Venturi and Frank Gehry rejected the strict functionalism of modernist architecture, instead incorporating playful, eclectic designs that mixed historical references with unconventional forms. Buildings became less about rigid principles and more about diversity, humor, and contradiction. Conceptual art, performance art, and installation art also thrived in the postmodern era, further challenging traditional artistic boundaries. Works like Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, though predating postmodernism, and later artists like Damien Hirst and Jeff Koons pushed the idea that art could be anything, often raising questions about commercialism, authorship, and meaning itself. Ultimately, postmodernism does not offer clear answers, but rather raises questions. By embracing uncertainty, irony, and multiple perspectives, it forces both artists and audiences to reconsider the foundations of meaning in art. In doing so, it continues to influence contemporary artistic practice, ensuring that art remains a space for dialogue, reflection, and reinterpretation. Art movements and their impact on perception. Throughout history, art movements have shaped the way people perceive the world, challenging conventions and redefining visual language. Each movement emerges as a response to cultural, social, and technological changes, influencing not only artistic styles, but also how viewers interpret and engage with art. By shifting aesthetic norms and introducing new ways of seeing, these movements expand the possibilities of artistic expression and perception. The Renaissance, for instance, revolutionized perception by introducing linear perspective, proportion, and anatomical accuracy. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo sought to depict the world realistically, emphasizing harmony and balance. This shift in visual representation allowed for a greater sense of depth and realism, fundamentally altering how people viewed art and the physical world. The invention of perspective made paintings feel immersive, changing the relationship between the viewer and the artwork. In contrast, Impressionism, emerging in the 19th century, challenged traditional academic painting by focusing on light, movement, and fleeting moments. Rather than meticulously detailed realism, artists such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir used loose brushwork and vibrant colors to capture the essence of a scene. This approach shifted perception by emphasizing subjective experience over objective accuracy. Impressionist works encouraged viewers to engage with art emotionally, interpreting forms and colors rather than relying on precise details. The rise of Cubism in the early 20th century further disrupted traditional ways of seeing. Pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, Cubism broke down objects into geometric shapes and multiple perspectives, rejecting the notion of a single viewpoint. This radical approach forced viewers to reconstruct images in their minds, challenging them to consider different angles and interpretations simultaneously. By fracturing reality into abstract forms, Cubism reshaped perception, highlighting the complexity of vision and representation. Surrealism, influenced by Sigmund Freud's theories of the subconscious, took perception into the realm of dreams and irrational imagery. Artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte created works that defied logic, blending reality with fantasy. These dreamlike compositions encouraged viewers to question their own perceptions, suggesting that reality is not always as it seems. By exploring the unconscious mind, Surrealism expanded the way art could be experienced, making room for deeper psychological engagement. Modern and contemporary movements, from abstract expressionism to conceptual art, continue to challenge and redefine perception. Jackson Pollock's action paintings emphasize the physical act of painting itself, shifting focus from the finished product to the creative process. Meanwhile, conceptual artists like Yoko Ono and Marcel Duchamp questioned whether art needed to be visual at all, suggesting that ideas and context are just as important as aesthetics. Art movements continuously reshape perception by pushing boundaries, encouraging new interpretations, and redefining the nature of artistic experience. By engaging with these shifts, viewers expand their understanding of both art and the world around them. Chapter 4: The Artist's Intent versus Viewer Interpretation. The relationship between an artist's intent and a viewer's interpretation has long been a central debate in art criticism. While artists create works with specific ideas, emotions, or messages in mind, viewers bring their own experiences, cultural backgrounds, and personal perceptions to the process of interpretation. This dynamic interplay raises questions about artistic meaning. Does the artist's original intent determine the true meaning of a work, or is meaning shaped by the audience's reception? Historically, many artists and theorists have argued that intent is crucial to understanding a piece of art. Renaissance masters like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo meticulously planned compositions, using perspective, symbolism, and proportion to convey specific themes. In literary and artistic theory, the concept of the authorial intent suggests that a work's meaning is rooted in the creator's original vision. Artists often leave clues, whether through titles, artist statements, or historical context, that guide audiences toward an intended interpretation. However, as art evolved, especially in the 20th century, many critics and philosophers began to challenge the dominance of the artist's intent. In his influential 1967 essay, The Death of the Author, Roland Barthes argued that the meaning of a work is not fixed by the creator, but is instead constructed by the audience. According to this view, art takes on multiple meanings depending on who is engaging with it, their personal history, and the cultural moment in which they experience it. This shift in thinking opened up new possibilities for interpretation, giving viewers an active role in shaping an artwork's significance. Abstract and conceptual art highlight this tension between intention and interpretation. Jackson Pollock's drip paintings, for instance, were created through spontaneous movement, emphasizing emotion and process over explicit messages. While Pollock may have had certain intentions regarding energy and rhythm, each viewer brings their own perspective to the seemingly chaotic compositions. Similarly, artists like Marcel Duchamp, who presented everyday objects as art, Fountain, 1917, invited audiences to reconsider the definition of art itself, making interpretation an integral part of the experience. Modern and contemporary art often embrace ambiguity, allowing for multiple interpretations rather than a single authoritative meaning. This openness can lead to debates about misinterpretation or whether an artwork can mean something entirely different from what its creator intended. Some artists, like Mark Rothko, resisted interpretations that strayed too far from their personal vision, while others, such as John Cage in music and Yoko Ono in conceptual art, welcomed the unpredictability of audience response. Ultimately, the tension between artist intent and viewer interpretation reflects the evolving nature of artistic engagement. Art is not a static entity, but a conversation, one that shifts with time, culture, and individual perspective. Rather than seeking a single correct meaning, the richness of art often lies in the dialogue it creates between creator and observer. The role of the artist in meaning making. Artists play a central role in the creation of meaning within their work, shaping the themes, emotions, and messages that audiences engage with. Through choices in subject matter, medium, style, and technique, artists embed layers of significance that invite interpretation. However, the extent to which an artist controls meaning is a subject of ongoing debate, as meaning is not solely determined by the creator, but also by historical context and viewer perception. Throughout history, artists have used their work to communicate specific ideas, whether religious, political, or personal. In medieval and Renaissance art, for instance, painters and sculptors often worked under strict patronage, creating pieces that conveyed theological or societal messages. The placement of symbols, gestures, and compositions was intentional, guiding viewers toward a particular interpretation. Similarly, artists like Francisco Goya and Pablo Picasso used their work to critique war and injustice, embedding clear political meaning in paintings such as the 3rd of May 1808 and Guernica. In these cases, the artist acts as a storyteller, shaping the narrative through visual elements. However, the role of the artist in meaning-making becomes more complex in modern and contemporary art. With the rise of abstraction, conceptualism, and postmodernism, many artists have embraced ambiguity, leaving their work open to multiple interpretations. Figures like Mark Rothko insisted that their work carried deep emotional and spiritual weight, but resisted assigning specific meanings, instead allowing viewers to bring their own emotions and experiences to the piece. Similarly, artists like John Cage and Yoko Ono have engaged in participatory art, where meaning emerges through interaction rather than a predetermined message. The degree to which an artist's intent matters also depends on how art is received by different audiences. Some artists provide written statements or interviews explaining their motivations, hoping to guide interpretation. Others, such as Marcel Duchamp with Fountain, deliberately challenge conventional meaning, allowing context and cultural discourse to shape the significance of their work. As art moves through time, meanings shift. What was once seen as radical may later be embraced as tradition, and political or social messages can be reevaluated in new historical contexts. Ultimately, the artist plays a crucial role in meaning-making, but does not hold exclusive authority over interpretation. While artistic decisions set the foundation for how a work is understood, meaning is also shaped by cultural background, personal experience, and historical perspective. Art remains a dynamic form of communication where the interaction between creator, audience, and time continues to shape its significance. Can art exist without an audience? The question of whether art can exist without an audience challenges fundamental ideas about the purpose and nature of artistic creation. Traditionally, art has been seen as a means of communication, intended to be viewed, experienced, and interpreted by others. However, some argue that art can exist independently of an audience, created purely for personal expression or even existing in isolation without human perception. This debate raises important philosophical and aesthetic questions about the role of the artist, the necessity of interpretation, and the nature of artistic existence itself. On one hand, art is often thought to require an audience to fulfill its purpose. Many artists create with the intention of evoking emotions, conveying messages, or engaging in dialogue with society. Art movements such as Impressionism, Surrealism, and conceptual art were shaped not only by the artists themselves, but also by how their work was received and interpreted. Without an audience to view, critique, or respond to a work of art, one could argue that it remains incomplete, an unactivated potential rather than a fully realized creation. In this view, art gains meaning through engagement, and without perception, it ceases to function as art. However, some believe that art can exist independently of an audience. Many artists create work that is deeply personal, never intending for it to be shared. Journals filled with poetry, paintings kept in private studios, or music composed but never performed may still be considered art, even if they are never seen or heard by others. In these cases, the act of creation itself is enough to validate the work as art, regardless of whether an external viewer experiences it. This perspective aligns with the idea that art is a form of self-expression, existing as a reflection of the artist's inner world, rather than something requiring external validation. There is also the question of art that exists in isolation or outside human perception. If a painting is locked away in a vault and never seen, does it cease to be art? What about naturally occurring patterns in landscapes that resemble artistic compositions? Some might argue that art is a human construct, and without a perceiver to recognize it as such, it remains merely an object or a phenomenon rather than a work of art. Others suggest that art has an intrinsic existence, separate from whether it is observed. Ultimately, whether art can exist without an audience depends on how one defines art itself. If art is seen as communication, then an audience is essential. If it is understood as self-expression or pure creation, then it can exist independently. This question remains open-ended, reflecting the evolving and subjective nature of art itself. Open-ended versus fixed meanings in art. The interpretation of art has long been a subject of debate, particularly regarding whether artworks carry fixed meanings as intended by the artist, or whether they remain open to multiple interpretations by viewers. Some believe that meaning is embedded in the work itself, shaped by the artist's intentions, historical context, and formal elements. Others argue that meaning is fluid, constructed by the audience through personal experience, cultural background, and changing societal values. This tension between fixed and open-ended meanings shapes the way art is understood, experienced, and discussed. Fixed meanings suggest that an artwork carries a specific message or purpose, determined by the artist. Many artists throughout history have used their work to convey religious, political, or philosophical ideas with clear intent. In Renaissance paintings, for example, religious iconography followed established conventions so that viewers could immediately recognize figures such as the Virgin Mary, saints, or biblical scenes. Similarly, political art, such as Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May 1808 or Picasso's Guernica, was created to make strong statements about war and oppression. In such cases, the meaning of the artwork is not meant to be ambiguous, but to communicate a clear narrative or emotion. However, as art evolved, especially in the modern and postmodern eras, many artists moved away from fixed meanings, embracing ambiguity and inviting multiple interpretations. Abstract artists like Mark Rothko and Jackson Pollock resisted providing specific explanations for their work, allowing viewers to form their own emotional or intellectual connections. Surrealist painters like Salvador Dali created dreamlike, irrational scenes that encouraged open-ended readings based on the subconscious mind. In these cases, meaning is not dictated but emerges differently for each viewer, shaped by their personal perceptions and emotions. The idea of open-ended meanings aligns with the theories of thinkers like Roland Barthes, who, in The Death of the Author, argued that meaning is not solely determined by the creator, but is instead generated by the audience. According to this view, interpretation is a collaborative act, and no single reading of an artwork is definitive. This perspective is particularly relevant in conceptual and contemporary art, where artists often prioritize viewer interaction and interpretation over authorial intent. Ultimately, whether meaning in art is fixed or open-ended depends on the work itself, the artist's approach, and the audience's engagement. While some artworks are designed to communicate a clear message, others thrive on ambiguity, evolving in meaning over time. The richness of art lies in this dynamic interplay, allowing it to remain a deeply personal and ever-changing experience. The influence of time and context on interpretation. Art is not static. Its meaning evolves over time as cultural, historical, and social contexts shift. What an artwork conveys to one generation may be entirely different from how it is understood by another. This fluidity in interpretation highlights the powerful influence of time and context on how art is perceived, appreciated, and analyzed. Changes in societal values, political climates, and technological advancements all contribute to how meaning is constructed and reconstructed across different eras. Historical context plays a crucial role in shaping the initial interpretation of an artwork. When an artist creates a piece, it is deeply embedded in the cultural and political environment of its time. For example, Edouard Manet's Olympia, 1863, was considered scandalous when it was first exhibited because it challenged traditional representations of the female nude and social class dynamics. However, in contemporary discussions, the painting is often viewed through feminist and post-colonial lenses, exploring themes of gender, race, and power. This shift in interpretation demonstrates how historical distance allows for new perspectives to emerge. Similarly, political and social movements influence how art is understood. Picasso's Guernica, created in response to the Spanish Civil War, was immediately recognized as an anti-war statement. However, as time passed, its relevance extended beyond its original context, becoming a universal symbol against violence and oppression. Artworks often take on new meanings when they are re-examined in light of contemporary events. Statues and monuments, for instance, may be celebrated in one era and contested in another, reflecting changing societal values and attitudes toward history. The evolution of artistic movements also impacts interpretation. When Impressionism first emerged, it was dismissed by critics as unfinished and unskilled. Today, it is widely regarded as a revolutionary movement that transformed the understanding of light, color, and perception. The same pattern can be observed in modern and contemporary art, where works that were once seen as radical or controversial later gain recognition and appreciation. Time allows for reevaluation, and what may initially be misunderstood or rejected can later be seen as groundbreaking. Technological advancements and new media also influence how art is perceived. Digital art, interactive installations, and AI-generated works challenge traditional notions of authorship and originality. As technology continues to evolve, so too does the way we engage with and interpret art. The ability to access historical works online and engage in global conversations about art further expands the range of perspectives and interpretations. Ultimately, art exists in an ongoing dialogue with time and context. As society changes, so too does the lens through which we view artistic expression. This evolving nature of interpretation ensures that art remains relevant, allowing each generation to find new meaning and significance in the works of the past. Art as a dialogue between creator and observer. Art is more than an isolated act of creation. It is a form of communication, a dialogue between the artist and the viewer. While the artist expresses ideas, emotions, or perspectives through their work, the observer brings their own experiences, cultural background, and interpretation to the encounter. This dynamic exchange allows art to be a living entity, evolving in meaning as it is perceived and reinterpreted over time. Artists use various elements, such as composition, color, symbolism, and technique, to communicate their intentions. Whether through the brushstrokes of a painting, the structure of a sculpture, or the movement of a performance, the artist provides a foundation for meaning. Some artists explicitly guide interpretation through statements, titles, or contextual clues, while others embrace ambiguity, allowing the viewer to engage freely with the work. This interaction creates a bridge between the creator's vision and the audience's perception. However, meaning is not solely determined by the artist. Once a work is completed and presented to the world, it enters a broader cultural conversation. Viewers engage with it based on their own knowledge, emotions, and personal experiences. A single artwork can evoke different responses from different people. What one person sees as joyful, another might interpret as melancholic. This subjectivity is a key aspect of the artistic dialogue. as it transforms art into a shared experience rather than a fixed message. Historical and social context further shape this dialogue. A painting created during the Renaissance might have been understood one way in its original time, yet contemporary audiences may view it through a different lens. For example, Diego Velázquez's Las Meninas, 1656, was once seen primarily as a royal portrait, but modern interpretations often explore its complex perspective and self-referential nature, analyzing the relationship between the artist, the subject, and the observer. Similarly, works of protest art take on new layers of meaning as political landscapes shift. The role of interpretation is especially evident in conceptual and abstract art. Artists like Marcel Duchamp, Mark Rothko, and Yoko Ono deliberately create works that require audience participation, where meaning is not dictated, but rather co-constructed by the observer. In interactive installations and performance art, this dialogue becomes even more direct, as the audience's physical and emotional engagement becomes part of the artwork itself. Ultimately, art is not a one-way transmission of ideas, but an ongoing conversation. The artist initiates the dialogue, but it is the observer who completes it, bringing their own perspective to the work. This exchange ensures that art remains dynamic, ever-changing, and deeply personal, fostering a connection that transcends time, culture, and individual experience. Chapter 5: The Function of Art in Society. Art has played a fundamental role in human civilization, serving as a means of expression, communication, and cultural reflection. Across history, art has functioned in multiple ways, shaping political discourse, preserving history, challenging social norms, and providing personal and collective identity. Whether through painting, sculpture, literature, music, or performance, art influences society by evoking emotions, inspiring change, and offering new perspectives on the human experience. One of the primary functions of art is to reflect and document the world around us. From ancient cave paintings that recorded early human life to contemporary photography capturing modern struggles, art serves as a historical record. Artworks preserve stories, traditions, and cultural values, allowing future generations to understand the past. Without artistic documentation, much of human history would be lost, as art often conveys emotions and perspectives that written records alone cannot fully capture. Art also functions as a tool for social and political activism. Throughout history, artists have used their work to critique power structures, protest injustice, and advocate for change. The Mexican muralists, such as Diego Rivera, created large-scale paintings that depicted the struggles of the working class, making political commentary accessible to the public. Similarly, protest art, such as the posters of the Civil Rights Movement or the graffiti of Banksy, challenges societal norms and provokes conversations about inequality, war, and human rights. By making powerful statements, art can inspire movements and amplify voices that might otherwise go unheard. Beyond politics, art plays a crucial role in shaping cultural identity and fostering community. It allows people to express their heritage, beliefs, and traditions, strengthening social bonds and creating a sense of belonging. Festivals, music, theater, and visual art serve as communal experiences that bring people together, reinforcing shared values and histories. In multicultural societies, art also becomes a medium for dialogue, bridging gaps between different groups and promoting understanding. On a personal level, art serves as a means of emotional expression and psychological well-being. Whether through painting, music, dance, or writing, creative expression provides an outlet for individuals to process emotions, cope with trauma, and explore personal identity. Art therapy is widely used to help individuals navigate mental health challenges, demonstrating its power to heal and transform. Additionally, the experience of viewing or engaging with art can be deeply moving, offering moments of introspection, inspiration, and connection. Ultimately, the function of art in society is multifaceted and ever-evolving. It documents history, challenges the status quo, strengthens communities, and nurtures personal growth. As long as human beings continue to seek meaning, expression, and connection, art will remain a vital force in shaping the world we live in. Art as political commentary. Art has long been a powerful tool for political commentary, serving as a medium for expressing dissent, challenging authority, and provoking critical thought. Whether through paintings, posters, graffiti, film, or performance, artists have used their work to reflect societal struggles, question power structures, and inspire change. By engaging with political themes, art has the ability to raise awareness, ignite conversations, and provide an emotional connection to complex social issues. Throughout history, artists have responded to political events and injustices by using their work as a form of protest. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, Francisco Goya's series, The Disasters of War, exposed the horrors of the Napoleonic Wars, offering a raw and unsettling depiction of violence and suffering. Similarly, Pablo Picasso's Guernica, 1937, became one of the most iconic anti-war paintings of all time, condemning the bombing of a Spanish town during the Spanish Civil War. These works were not only artistic expressions, but also urgent political statements meant to stir public opinion and challenge those in power. In the modern era, political art continues to be a means of resistance and activism. The Mexican muralist movement, led by artists like Diego Rivera and David Alfaro Siqueiros, depicted the struggles of the working class and indigenous people, reinforcing socialist and revolutionary ideals. Street art and graffiti have also played a crucial role in political discourse, particularly in times of unrest. The works of Banksy, for example, often highlight themes of war, capitalism, surveillance, and government corruption, using satire and symbolism to critique the status quo. Art's ability to transcend language and literacy barriers makes it an effective medium for political expression. During the civil rights movement in the United States, posters, protest banners, and songs were essential in uniting activists and conveying messages of justice and equality. More recently, the Black Lives Matter movement has been accompanied by murals and visual art that honor victims of police brutality and demand systemic change. Art in public spaces transforms streets into sites of resistance, making political messages accessible to a wide audience. Performance and conceptual art have also been used to confront political issues. Ai Weiwei, a Chinese contemporary artist, has repeatedly challenged government oppression through his installations, sculptures, and social media activism. His works, such as Sunflower Seeds and Remembering, address themes of censorship, human rights violations, and state control, demonstrating how art can function as a form of defiance against authoritarian regimes. Ultimately, art as political commentary is a testament to the power of creativity as a force for change. While not all art is explicitly political, its ability to question, critique, and inspire action ensures that it remains an essential part of political and social discourse. Whether through historical masterpieces or modern street murals, art continues to be a voice for those who demand justice, challenge oppression, and envision a better world. Art and social movements. Art has always played a crucial role in social movements, serving as a catalyst for change, a means of resistance, and a tool for spreading awareness. Whether through murals, posters, music, theater, or digital media, artists have used their work to amplify voices, inspire activism, and unite communities around shared causes. Art's ability to evoke emotion and provoke thought makes it an effective medium for challenging injustices, celebrating resilience, and imagining a better future. Historically, art has been intertwined with movements for civil rights, labor rights, gender equality, and political revolution. In the early 20th century, the Mexican muralist movement, led by artists like Diego Rivera and José Clemente Orozco, sought to educate the public about social and political struggles through large-scale public artworks. These murals depicted the hardships of the working class, indigenous heritage, and revolutionary ideals, ensuring that art remained accessible to the people rather than confined to elite galleries. Similarly, the civil rights movement in the United States relied heavily on visual and performance art to communicate its message. Protest posters, photography, and songs became symbols of resistance, while artists such as Jacob Lawrence and Faith Ringgold documented the Black experience through their work. The Black arts movement of the 1960s and 1970s further emphasized the importance of cultural expression in the fight for racial justice, encouraging Black artists to create work that reflected their struggles and aspirations. Feminist movements have also embraced art as a means of activism. In the 1970s, the Guerrilla Girls, an anonymous group of women artists, used posters, billboards, and performances to expose gender inequality in the art world and beyond. Their work challenged the underrepresentation of women in museums, the gender pay gap, and issues of sexism in the media. More recently, feminist artists have used digital art and social media campaigns to highlight issues such as body autonomy, sexual harassment, and reproductive rights. Street art and graffiti have become particularly significant in contemporary social movements. The Arab Spring uprising saw an explosion of politically charged graffiti, with artists using public walls to voice dissent against oppressive regimes. In movements like Black Lives Matter, large-scale murals honoring victims of police brutality have turned city streets into spaces of mourning and solidarity. The accessibility of street art allows messages of protest and hope to reach a broad audience, transforming public spaces into sites of resistance. Ultimately, art and social movements share a common goal: to challenge the status quo and push society toward progress. By giving voice to the marginalized, preserving stories of struggle, and offering visions of a better world, art continues to be a vital force in the ongoing fight for justice and equality. The role of public art in urban spaces. Public art plays a vital role in shaping urban environments, transforming cityscapes into spaces of cultural expression, historical reflection, and community engagement. Unlike art displayed in galleries or museums, public art is accessible to all, embedded in the daily lives of residents and visitors. It fosters a sense of place, stimulates dialogue, and enhances the aesthetic and social fabric of cities. From murals and sculptures to interactive installations and performance pieces, public art contributes to the identity and vibrancy of urban spaces. One of the key functions of public art is to create a sense of belonging and cultural representation. Cities are home to diverse populations, and public art can reflect the histories, traditions, and voices of different communities. Murals in neighborhoods often celebrate local heritage, honor influential figures, or highlight social issues relevant to the area. For example, Chicano muralism in Los Angeles serves as a visual archive of Mexican-American identity and activism, preserving cultural history while inspiring future generations. Public art also serves as a tool for social and political commentary. Many urban art projects challenge dominant narratives, critique power structures, or address themes such as inequality, environmental sustainability, and human rights. Graffiti and street art, in particular, have been used as grassroots forms of protest, offering marginalized communities a platform for self-expression. Banksy's politically charged murals, for instance, critique consumerism, war, and government surveillance, transforming city walls into spaces of debate and reflection. Beyond its cultural and political significance, public art contributes to the economic and social revitalization of urban areas. Cities with strong public art programs often attract tourism, encourage local business growth, and improve the overall quality of life for residents. The creation of outdoor galleries, sculpture parks, and artist-led revitalization projects can turn once neglected spaces into cultural hubs. The Wynwood Walls in Miami, for example, transformed a once industrial neighborhood into an internationally recognized art district, drawing visitors from around the world and supporting a thriving creative economy. Public art also plays an essential role in humanizing urban spaces by fostering emotional and social connections. Interactive installations, community-driven projects, and site-specific artworks encourage public engagement, inviting people to interact with their surroundings in meaningful ways. Temporary installations, such as pop-up exhibits or performance art, activate public spaces and create shared experiences, strengthening the bond between people and place. Ultimately, public art enhances the urban landscape by making art an integral part of daily life. It challenges, inspires, educates, and beautifies, turning streets, parks, and buildings into canvases for cultural expression and civic engagement. As cities continue to evolve, public art remains a powerful force in shaping the way we experience and connect with the world around us. The intersection of art and technology. The relationship between art and technology has continually evolved, shaping new forms of creative expression and expanding the possibilities of artistic practice. From early innovations such as the camera and printing press, to contemporary advancements in digital media, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality, technology has provided artists with new tools to explore, create, and engage with audiences in unprecedented ways. This intersection has not only transformed the way art is produced and experienced, but has also redefined traditional notions of creativity, authorship, and artistic value. One of the most significant developments in the art-technology relationship is digital art. With the rise of computers, software, and digital imaging, artists have moved beyond traditional materials to create works that exist purely in digital space. Programs like Photoshop, Illustrator, and 3D modeling software allow for highly detailed and manipulable creations, while digital painting tablets have replaced conventional canvases for many artists. The internet has further revolutionized digital art, enabling creators to share their work instantly and reach global audiences through platforms like Instagram, Behance, and NFT marketplaces. Technology has also played a crucial role in interactive and immersive art experiences. Virtual reality (VR) and augmented reality (AR) have opened new dimensions for artistic exploration, allowing viewers to engage with art in more participatory ways. VR exhibitions, such as those created by contemporary artists like Marina Abramović, transport audiences into digital environments where they can navigate and interact with the artwork. Similarly, AR has been integrated into public art, allowing users to experience digital layers over physical spaces through their smartphones. Artificial intelligence, AI, is another frontier reshaping art. AI-generated works challenge traditional ideas of authorship and creativity, as algorithms can now produce paintings, poetry, music, and even films. Artists like Mario Klingemann and Refik Anadol use machine learning to generate complex and evolving visuals, pushing the boundaries of human and machine collaboration. While some critics argue that AI threatens originality and artistic intent, others see it as an innovative tool that expands creative possibilities. Technology has also transformed the way art is preserved, restored, and exhibited. Museums and galleries now use high-resolution scanning and 3D printing to restore damaged artworks and digitize collections, making cultural heritage more accessible. Online virtual museums allow global audiences to explore exhibitions remotely, democratizing access to art. Additionally, blockchain technology and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, have introduced new ways of authenticating and monetizing digital art, creating opportunities for artists to sell and distribute their work outside traditional gallery systems. As technology continues to evolve, its impact on art will only deepen, shaping new forms of expression and interaction. While some fear that technological advancements may overshadow traditional artistic practices, history has shown that innovation often fuels creativity, leading to exciting and uncharted artistic frontiers. The fusion of art and technology continues to redefine what is possible, offering endless opportunities for artistic evolution and cultural transformation. Art as a reflection of cultural identity. Art has long served as a powerful reflection of cultural identity, embodying the values, traditions, and histories of different societies. Through visual arts, music, literature, and performance, cultures express their unique perspectives, preserving their heritage while adapting to changing times. Art not only showcases the diversity of human experience, but also strengthens communal bonds, allowing people to connect with their roots and share their stories with the world. One of the most important ways art reflects cultural identity is through traditional practices passed down through generations. Indigenous art, for example, often carries deep symbolic meanings tied to ancestral knowledge, spirituality, and the natural world. The intricate patterns of Native American pottery, the vibrant textiles of the Andean weavers, and the Dreamtime paintings of Aboriginal Australians all serve as visual narratives of cultural heritage. These art forms function as both historical records and living traditions, ensuring that cultural knowledge endures. Art also plays a crucial role in preserving language and folklore, particularly in cultures where oral storytelling is a key aspect of identity. Many African and Asian cultures, for instance, incorporate visual elements into storytelling through intricate masks, dance, and calligraphy. Similarly, Latin American muralism has been used to depict cultural and political struggles, as seen in the works of Diego Rivera and David Alfaro Siqueiros. By embedding historical events and social commentary into public spaces, these murals keep cultural narratives alive and accessible to future generations. The fusion of traditional and contemporary art demonstrates how cultural identity evolves over time. Globalization and migration have led to hybrid artistic expressions that blend influences from multiple backgrounds. Contemporary artists often explore themes of diaspora, displacement, and identity, using their work to navigate the complexities of belonging. For example, artists like Ai Weiwei and Kara Walker create thought-provoking pieces that examine cultural history, oppression, and resilience, connecting the past with modern struggles. Art also fosters cross-cultural understanding by providing insight into different ways of life. Exhibitions, films, literature, and music introduce audiences to cultural perspectives they may not have encountered otherwise. The popularity of Japanese anime, Indian Bollywood films, and African Afrofuturism in global media showcases how artistic expression can transcend borders, fostering appreciation for diverse cultures. Ultimately, art serves as both a mirror and a bridge, reflecting cultural identity while connecting people across different backgrounds. Whether through traditional crafts, contemporary installations, or digital media, art remains a vital force in shaping, preserving, and sharing the rich tapestry of human culture. As societies continue to evolve, art will continue to adapt, carrying the essence of cultural identity into the future. Chapter 6: Approaches to Art Criticism. Art criticism is the practice of analyzing, interpreting, and evaluating works of art. It provides a framework for understanding artistic intent, cultural context, and aesthetic value, allowing viewers to engage more deeply with visual expression. Over time, different approaches to art criticism have emerged, each offering unique perspectives on how to assess and appreciate art. These approaches range from formal analysis and contextual criticism to psychological and theoretical interpretations, reflecting the diverse ways in which art can be understood. One of the most fundamental approaches is formalism, which focuses on the visual and structural elements of an artwork rather than its meaning or historical context. Formalist critics analyze aspects such as composition, color, line, texture, and balance, assessing how these elements interact to create a cohesive work. This method, championed by art historians like Clement Greenberg, is particularly useful for examining abstract and modernist art, where form and technique take precedence over narrative or symbolism. Another key approach is contextual criticism, which considers the historical, cultural, and social background of an artwork. This method seeks to understand how external factors, such as politics, religion, and societal norms, shape artistic production. For instance, a contextual analysis of Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 would take into account the political turmoil of the Napoleonic Wars, interpreting the painting as a powerful anti-war statement. Contextual criticism helps situate art within its time and place, revealing the deeper significance behind artistic choices. Psychological and psychoanalytic criticism explores the emotional and subconscious dimensions of art. This approach, influenced by thinkers like Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, examines how an artist's personal experiences, dreams, and psychological states manifest in their work. For example, Salvador Dali's surrealist paintings are often analyzed through a psychoanalytic lens, with scholars interpreting his melting clocks and distorted figures as reflections of subconscious fears and desires. Psychological criticism allows for an intimate understanding of the artist's inner world and motivations. Another important perspective is ideological criticism, which examines art through the lens of power, politics, and social structures. This method is often associated with feminist, Marxist, and post-colonial theories, which challenge dominant narratives and highlight issues of oppression, inequality, and representation. For instance, feminist art critics analyze how gender roles are depicted in art history, questioning the exclusion of female artists and the portrayal of women in traditional paintings. Ideological criticism pushes viewers to consider how art both reflects and reinforces social hierarchies. Each approach to art criticism offers valuable insights, and often, multiple methods are used together to form a more comprehensive understanding of a work. Whether examining an artwork's formal qualities, historical significance, psychological depth, or political implications, art criticism enriches the viewing experience, allowing audiences to engage with art on a deeper and more meaningful level. Formal analysis. Examining the visual aspects. Formal analysis is a method of art criticism that focuses on the visual elements and design principles within an artwork. Rather than considering historical context or symbolic meaning, this approach examines the composition, structure, and techniques used by the artist. By analyzing an artwork's form, viewers can develop a deeper appreciation for the ways in which artists manipulate visual elements to create meaning and impact. One of the primary aspects of formal analysis is composition, the arrangement of elements within the artwork. Composition determines how a viewer's eye moves across the piece, guiding attention to focal points and creating a sense of balance or tension. Artists use principles such as symmetry, asymmetry, and the rule of thirds to structure their compositions. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper demonstrates a meticulously planned composition, with converging lines directing focus toward the central figure of Christ. Color is another crucial component of formal analysis. Artists use color to convey mood, establish contrast, and create harmony within a work. Warm colors like red and yellow can evoke energy or passion, while cool tones such as blue and green often create a sense of calm or melancholy. The Impressionists, for instance, relied on vibrant, unblended colors to capture the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere, as seen in Claude Monet's Water Lilies series. Analyzing an artist's color choices can reveal how they manipulate emotion and perception. Line and shape also play a fundamental role in formal analysis. Lines can be expressive, guiding movement within a composition, or defining the contours of a subject. Sharp, angular lines often convey a sense of rigidity or tension, while flowing, curved lines create a sense of movement and softness. Similarly, geometric shapes can evoke stability and order, while organic shapes appear more natural and dynamic. Pablo Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon uses bold, angular lines and fragmented shapes to create a sense of disorientation and abstraction, characteristic of early Cubism. Texture and space contribute to the overall impact of an artwork as well. Texture can be physical, created through thick brushstrokes or sculptural materials, or implied, where artists use shading and detail to simulate different surfaces. Space, on the other hand, refers to the illusion of depth or the arrangement of figures within a scene. Renaissance artists like Raphael mastered perspective techniques to create realistic depth, while modern artists like Mark Rothko flattened space to emphasize pure color and form. By closely examining these visual aspects, Formal analysis allows viewers to appreciate the technical and aesthetic decisions made by the artist. It provides a structured way to engage with art, focusing on the craftsmanship and design that shape an artwork's visual and emotional impact. Contextual analysis, understanding historical and cultural influences. Contextual analysis is an approach to art criticism that examines the historical, cultural, social, and political circumstances surrounding an artwork. Unlike formal analysis, which focuses on visual elements, contextual analysis seeks to understand how external influences shape artistic expression. By considering the time period, location, and societal values that informed an artist's work, viewers can gain deeper insight into its meaning and significance. One of the primary aspects of contextual analysis is historical context. Art does not exist in isolation. It reflects the events and ideologies of its time. For example, Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 is best understood within the context of the Napoleonic Wars. The painting depicts the execution of Spanish rebels by French soldiers, serving as a powerful commentary on war and oppression. Without knowledge of this historical backdrop, the full emotional and political impact of the work might be lost. Cultural influences also play a crucial role in shaping art. Different societies develop unique artistic traditions, symbols, and themes that reflect their values and beliefs. In ancient Egyptian art, rigid, hierarchical compositions were used to convey divine order and social structure. In contrast, the dynamic brushwork of Chinese ink paintings emphasizes the philosophical principles of harmony and spontaneity found in Taoism. Recognizing these cultural foundations allows viewers to appreciate the deeper meanings embedded in artistic works. Religious and ideological factors further influence artistic production. Throughout history, religious institutions have commissioned works that reflect spiritual beliefs and reinforce doctrine. Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, for instance, were created within the context of Renaissance Catholicism and its emphasis on divine beauty and human potential. Similarly, Islamic art avoids figurative representation in religious contexts, instead emphasizing intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy to express spiritual devotion. Understanding these ideological frameworks helps contextualize artistic choices. Social and political conditions also shape artistic movements and individual works. The rise of modernism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, for example, was influenced by industrialization, urbanization, and shifts in philosophical thought. Artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque developed Cubism as a response to changing perceptions of space and reality, influenced by technological advancements and scientific discoveries. More recently, contemporary artists have used their work to address issues such as climate change, racial inequality, and globalization. By engaging with the historical and cultural contexts of an artwork, viewers can move beyond surface-level appreciation and uncover the deeper forces that have shaped artistic expression. Contextual analysis enriches the understanding of art, revealing its connections to broader human experiences and historical narratives. Expressive analysis, emphasizing emotion and personal response. Expressive analysis is an approach to art criticism that focuses on the emotional impact of an artwork and the personal response it evokes in the viewer. This method emphasizes the ways in which artists convey feelings, moods, and psychological states through their work, as well as how individual viewers interpret and connect with these expressions. Unlike formal or contextual analysis, which examines structure and historical influences, expressive analysis prioritizes the subjective experience of both the artist and the audience. One of the most fundamental aspects of expressive analysis is understanding how artists use visual elements to communicate emotion. Colors, for instance, can evoke different psychological responses. Warm tones like red and orange often suggest passion or intensity, while cool hues like blue and green can create a sense of calm or melancholy. In The Scream by Edvard Munch, the swirling sky and exaggerated figure express anxiety and existential dread, allowing viewers to feel the emotional turmoil captured in the painting. The distortion of form and intense use of color make the work a prime example of how artists externalize inner emotions. Gesture and brushwork also contribute to the expressive quality of an artwork. Loose, energetic strokes can suggest movement, excitement, or chaos, while controlled, precise lines can create a sense of order or restraint. Artists like Vincent van Gogh employed thick, swirling brushstrokes to infuse his works with raw emotion, as seen in Starry Night. The dynamic, turbulent sky reflects not just a landscape, but a deeply personal expression of the artist's emotions and state of mind. Personal interpretation plays a crucial role in expressive analysis. Each viewer brings their own experiences, memories, and emotions to an artwork, leading to different responses. While some may see a particular painting as joyful and uplifting, others may perceive it as sorrowful or unsettling. Abstract art, in particular, invites subjective interpretation, as it often lacks a clear narrative or recognizable imagery. Mark Rothko's large color field paintings, for example, evoke deep emotional responses despite their simplicity, as viewers project their own feelings onto the work. Expressive analysis also considers the artist's intent and emotional state. Many artists create works as a means of personal expression, processing emotions, trauma, or philosophical ideas through their art. Frida Kahlo's self-portraits, filled with symbolic imagery of pain and resilience, offer insight into her struggles with physical suffering and personal identity. By examining an artwork through the lens of expression, viewers can develop a more intimate connection with both the artist's experience and their own emotional response. Ultimately, expressive analysis highlights the deeply personal and emotional power of art. It allows viewers to engage with artwork on a visceral level, emphasizing the ways in which artistic expression transcends language and cultural boundaries to communicate universal human emotions. Comparative analysis, relating one artwork to another. Comparative analysis is an approach to art criticism that examines similarities and differences between two or more artworks. By analyzing how different artists approach similar themes, techniques, or subjects, viewers can gain a deeper understanding of artistic intention, historical context, and evolving styles. This method allows for a broader perspective on artistic traditions and innovations, highlighting the connections between works across time periods, cultures, and artistic movements. One of the most common ways to conduct a comparative analysis is by examining how different artists interpret the same subject matter. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper and Salvador Dali's The Sacrament of the Last Supper both depict the biblical scene of Jesus and his disciples, yet their approaches are vastly different. Da Vinci's Renaissance masterpiece focuses on realism, perspective, and human expression, capturing a moment of tension and betrayal. In contrast, Dali's surrealist interpretation incorporates dreamlike imagery, transparent figures, and geometric symbolism, transforming the sacred event into a mystical, almost otherworldly experience. Comparing these two works highlights the shift from Renaissance ideals of harmony and realism to the surrealist exploration of the subconscious. Another important aspect of comparative analysis is studying how artistic styles evolve over time. For instance, a comparison of Eugène Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People and Pablo Picasso's Guernica reveals contrasting approaches to political and social commentary. Delacroix's romantic painting glorifies revolution through dramatic movement, rich color, and heroic symbolism, whereas Picasso's Cubist masterpiece deconstructs war's brutality through fragmented forms and monochromatic tones. While both pieces express the impact of war and struggle, they reflect different artistic movements and historical contexts, demonstrating how the representation of conflict changes over time. Comparative analysis can also explore differences between cultural perspectives. Examining traditional Japanese ukiyo-e prints alongside European Impressionist paintings, for example, reveals how Japanese artists like Katsushika Hokusai influenced Western artists such as Claude Monet and Vincent van Gogh. The flat planes of color, Asymmetrical compositions and emphasis on nature in Japanese prints inspired Impressionists to break away from academic realism and embrace more spontaneous, vibrant compositions. This cross-cultural exchange demonstrates how artistic techniques and ideas travel beyond geographical boundaries. By analyzing multiple works side by side, comparative analysis deepens our appreciation of artistic diversity and interconnectedness. Whether comparing works from different historical periods, artistic movements, or cultural traditions, this approach helps reveal the evolving nature of art and the ways in which artists continually influence and respond to one another. The ethics of art criticism. Art criticism plays a vital role in shaping how artworks are perceived, understood, and valued. However, with this influence comes an ethical responsibility to approach critique with fairness, sensitivity, and intellectual integrity. The ethics of art criticism involve issues of bias, cultural sensitivity, the power dynamics between critics and artists, and the broader impact of judgments on artistic expression and public perception. One key ethical concern in art criticism is the question of objectivity versus subjectivity. While critics inevitably bring their own perspectives and preferences to their evaluations, ethical criticism requires a balance between personal interpretation and a fair assessment of an artwork's merits. Dismissing a piece solely based on personal taste or ideological bias can be harmful, particularly when a critic wields significant influence in the art world. Ethical critics strive to acknowledge their own biases while providing thoughtful, well-reasoned critiques that engage with the work on its own terms. Cultural sensitivity is another crucial aspect of ethical art criticism. As art often reflects diverse cultural, historical, and social contexts, critics must be mindful of the potential for misinterpretation or ethnocentric judgments. Works created outside of the critic's cultural framework should be approached with an awareness of the artist's background, intentions, and the cultural traditions that inform the piece. Dismissing or misrepresenting art from marginalized communities can perpetuate exclusion and misunderstanding, reinforcing historical imbalances in artistic representation. Ethical criticism, therefore, involves a commitment to inclusivity and cultural literacy. The relationship between critics and artists also raises ethical questions. While criticism is a necessary part of artistic discourse, overly harsh or dismissive reviews can have a significant impact on an artist's career and mental well-being. Ethical critics aim to provide constructive feedback rather than simply tearing down a work. Even when critiquing art they find unsuccessful, critics should articulate their reasoning in a way that encourages dialogue rather than discouraging creative expression. Conversely, conflicts of interest, such as personal relationships with artists, financial incentives, or institutional pressures, can compromise the integrity of criticism, leading to biased or overly favorable reviews. Transparency about such relationships is essential in maintaining ethical standards. Another ethical consideration is the evolving nature of art and criticism in the digital age. Social media and online platforms have amplified the reach of art criticism, allowing for greater accessibility, but also increasing the risk of uninformed or reactionary judgments. Ethical criticism requires careful engagement with artworks rather than snap judgments based on viral trends or public opinion. Critics must ensure that their evaluations contribute meaningfully to artistic discourse rather than simply seeking attention or controversy. Ultimately, ethical art criticism requires a commitment to fairness, cultural awareness, and intellectual honesty. By approaching art with an open mind, engaging with it in good faith, and considering the broader implications of their critiques, ethical critics help foster a more thoughtful, inclusive, and responsible discourse around artistic expression. Chapter 7. The Power of Perspective. Perspective is one of the most powerful tools in both the creation and interpretation of art. It influences how artists construct their compositions, how viewers engage with visual narratives, and how meaning is shaped through spatial relationships. Whether used literally, as in linear perspective, or conceptually, as in an artist's personal viewpoint, perspective determines how we see and understand artwork. The study of perspective in art is not just about technique, it is about perception, interpretation, and the way visual experiences are structured. The development of linear perspective during the Renaissance revolutionized artistic representation. Before the 15th century, many artworks depicted space in a flattened, symbolic manner, with little concern for realism. However, Renaissance artists such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Leonardo da Vinci introduced mathematical precision to perspective, creating depth and three-dimensionality in their compositions. Linear perspective uses vanishing points and horizon lines to simulate the way the human eye perceives space, allowing for more lifelike and immersive visual experiences. This innovation not only transformed painting and architecture, but also influenced the way viewers engage with images, making them feel more spatially connected to the scenes depicted. Beyond its technical application, perspective is also a conceptual tool that shapes artistic meaning. The choice of perspective in an artwork can manipulate the viewer's emotional and psychological response. For instance, extreme angles and distorted perspectives, as seen in expressionist paintings or cubist works, challenge traditional viewpoints and force viewers to reconsider how they engage with visual reality. Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, pioneers of Cubism, rejected single-point perspective in favor of fragmented, multiple perspectives within the same image, emphasizing the idea that reality is complex and multifaceted. Perspective also plays a significant role in storytelling. In visual art, the placement of figures, the direction of lines, and the scale of objects all contribute to the narrative structure of an image. Baroque artists like Caravaggio used dramatic perspective and chiaroscuro, strong contrasts of light and dark, to direct the viewer's eye toward focal points of tension and drama. Similarly, cinematographers in film employ perspective through camera angles and framing to create mood and guide audience attention. On a deeper level, perspective extends beyond composition and into the realm of interpretation. Each viewer brings their own background, emotions, and experiences to an artwork, meaning that no two people see a piece in exactly the same way. This subjectivity reinforces the idea that art is not a fixed entity, but an evolving dialogue between creator and observer. The power of perspective lies in its ability to shape perception, invite multiple interpretations, and reveal new dimensions within artistic expression. How perspective shapes meaning. Perspective is not just a technical aspect of art. It is a fundamental tool that influences how meaning is conveyed and interpreted. The way an artist chooses to depict space, depth, and viewpoint affects the emotional, psychological, and conceptual impact of a work. Perspective determines the relationship between the viewer and the subject, guiding interpretation and shaping the narrative within an artwork. Whether through traditional techniques like linear perspective or more abstract approaches that challenge spatial conventions, the manipulation of perspective plays a crucial role in meaning making. One of the most direct ways perspective shapes meaning is through its ability to create a sense of realism or distortion. In works that use linear perspective, such as Renaissance paintings, the illusion of depth creates a structured and orderly vision of the world. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper uses a central vanishing point behind Christ's head, directing the viewer's focus and reinforcing the significance of the moment depicted. The controlled perspective enhances the balance and harmony of the composition, reflecting the ideals of the time. In contrast, artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque rejected traditional perspective in favor of Cubism, where multiple viewpoints coexist within a single image. This fragmentation forces the viewer to engage with the artwork in a different way, encouraging an understanding of reality as dynamic and multifaceted rather than fixed. Perspective also influences the emotional response to an artwork. Dramatic foreshortening, as seen in Andrea Mantegna's Lamentation of Christ, creates an intense, immersive effect that brings the viewer into direct confrontation with the subject. Similarly, exaggerated or distorted perspectives, such as those in expressionist paintings, evoke feelings of anxiety, unease, or heightened emotion. Vincent van Gogh's Bedroom in Arles, for example, uses skewed angles and compressed space to convey a sense of personal tension and psychological depth. Through these distortions, the artist's emotional state is embedded in the work, making perspective a key tool in expressive communication. In addition to shaping emotion and realism, perspective plays a crucial role in power dynamics and symbolism. A low perspective, looking up at a subject, can create a sense of grandeur or authority, as seen in historical portraits of rulers and religious figures. Conversely, a high perspective, looking down on a subject, can make figures appear vulnerable, insignificant, or isolated. In photography and film, perspective is often used deliberately to manipulate audience perception, reinforcing themes of dominance, oppression, or intimacy. Ultimately, perspective is more than a means of arranging space. It is a vehicle for meaning. Through its use, artists can control how their work is experienced, directing attention, evoking emotion, and shaping interpretation. By understanding how perspective functions, viewers can engage with art on a deeper level, recognizing the subtle ways in which vision influences understanding. Linear and atmospheric perspective in visual art. Perspective is a fundamental tool in visual art that helps create the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality on a flat surface. Among the various techniques used to achieve this effect, linear and atmospheric perspective are two of the most significant. While linear perspective relies on mathematical principles to organize space through converging lines and vanishing points, atmospheric perspective uses changes in color, contrast, and detail to simulate the natural way distant objects appear hazier and less distinct. Both methods contribute to the way viewers perceive depth, guiding their understanding of spatial relationships within an artwork. Linear perspective was first formalized during the Renaissance by artists and architects such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Leon Battista Alberti. It is based on the principle that parallel lines appear to converge at a single point on the horizon, known as the vanishing point. This system allows artists to create structured, realistic compositions that mirror how the human eye perceives distance. A clear example of linear perspective can be seen in Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, where the architectural lines of the room converge behind Christ's head, reinforcing his centrality in the composition. Linear perspective helps organize space logically, making scenes appear more lifelike and grounded in reality. In contrast, atmospheric perspective, also known as aerial perspective, does not rely on geometric precision, but rather on optical effects observed in nature. As objects recede into the distance, they tend to lose contrast, become less detailed, and shift in color due to the scattering of light in the atmosphere. This technique was used by artists long before the formalization of linear perspective, appearing in ancient Chinese landscape paintings and later in works by European painters such as J.M.W. Turner and Claude Monet. In paintings like Turner's The Fighting Temeraire, the distant ship and sky appear softened and muted, enhancing the sense of vast space and atmospheric depth. While linear and atmospheric perspective can be used independently, many artists combine both to create more immersive and convincing depictions of space. For instance, Renaissance painters often employed linear perspective to define architectural structures, while using atmospheric perspective to render vast landscapes fading into the horizon. Similarly, in modern photography and digital art, both techniques continue to be essential for crafting realistic environments and guiding viewer perception. By understanding the principles of linear and atmospheric perspective, artists can manipulate space to enhance realism, direct attention, or evoke emotion. These techniques not only provide a sense of structure, but also help convey mood and atmosphere, making them essential tools in the visual artist's repertoire. The role of optical illusions in artistic expression. Optical illusions have long played a significant role in artistic expression, challenging the way viewers perceive and interpret visual information. By manipulating elements such as line, color, light, and perspective, artists create illusions that trick the eye, distort reality, or introduce multiple layers of meaning within a composition. These illusions can enhance depth, movement, and ambiguity, engaging the viewer in an active process of interpretation. Whether used for realism, abstraction, or conceptual exploration, optical illusions demonstrate how perception is not always as straightforward as it seems. One of the earliest and most prominent uses of optical illusions in art is trompe-l'oeil, a technique that creates the illusion of three-dimensional objects on a flat surface. This French term, meaning deceive the eye, describes artworks that appear so realistic that viewers might mistake them for actual objects. Artists such as Samuel van Hoogstraten and William Harnett mastered this technique, painting everyday objects like books, letters, or windows with meticulous detail to create the illusion of physical presence. Trompe-l'oeil forces viewers to question the boundaries between art and reality, blurring the line between representation and the tangible world. Beyond realism, optical illusions have also played a major role in modern and abstract art. The op art movement, led by artists such as Bridget Riley and Victor Vasarely, experimented with geometric patterns and high-contrast colors to create dynamic, vibrating visual effects. These works give the impression of movement or shifting space, despite being entirely static. Bridget Riley's Fall, 1963, for example, uses repetitive black and white curves that seem to ripple across the canvas, disorienting the viewer's perception. This type of illusion explores how the human eye processes patterns and contrast, highlighting the psychological and neurological aspects of vision. M.C. Escher, another artist known for his use of optical illusions, created intricate compositions that defy logic and spatial expectations. His works, such as Relativity, 1953, feature impossible staircases and shifting perspectives that challenge conventional understandings of space. By distorting perspective and gravity, Escher's art plays with paradox and infinity, engaging viewers in a puzzle-like exploration of reality. Optical illusions in art are not just visual tricks. They are powerful tools for engaging audiences, exploring perception, and questioning reality. Whether through the hyperrealism of trompe-l'oeil, the visual dissonance of op art, or the mind-bending structures of Escher's work, these illusions remind us that what we see is shaped by our minds as much as by our eyes. Through their use, artists continue to push the boundaries of visual experience, turning perception itself into a subject of artistic inquiry. Perspective and subjectivity in photography. Photography is often perceived as a medium that captures reality with precision, yet it is deeply influenced by perspective and subjectivity. Every photograph is shaped by the choices of the photographer: what to include, what to exclude, how to frame the shot, and what angle to use. These decisions impact how the viewer interprets the image, demonstrating that photography is not a neutral record of the world, but an artistic and often subjective representation of it. Through perspective, composition, and focus, photographers guide perception and construct meaning. One of the most direct ways perspective influences photography is through camera angle and framing. A low-angle shot, looking up at a subject, can make the subject appear powerful or imposing, while a high-angle shot can make it seem small or vulnerable. Similarly, close-up shots emphasize detail and intimacy, whereas wide-angle shots provide context and a sense of scale. Street photographers, for example, use perspective to create dynamic compositions that capture the energy of urban life, while portrait photographers carefully position their subjects to evoke specific emotions or narratives. Lens choice also plays a crucial role in shaping photographic perspective. A wide-angle lens exaggerates depth, making objects in the foreground appear larger and more prominent, while a telephoto lens compresses space, bringing distant elements closer together. This manipulation of space affects how viewers interpret relationships within the image. For example, Documentary photographers may use wide-angle lenses to emphasize the environment surrounding their subjects, while fashion photographers often use telephoto lenses to isolate models against a blurred background, creating a sense of elegance and focus. Beyond technical considerations, perspective in photography extends to the photographer's personal vision and intent. Every image reflects a particular viewpoint, shaped by the photographer's experiences, emotions, and cultural background. Two photographers capturing the same scene may produce dramatically different images depending on what aspects they choose to highlight. This subjectivity is especially evident in photojournalism, where framing and composition can influence how events are perceived. A tightly cropped image of a protest might emphasize conflict, while a wider shot could reveal a more peaceful demonstration. Photography's ability to shape perception underscores its role as both an artistic and documentary medium. While a photograph may seem like an objective record of reality, it is always filtered through the choices and perspectives of the person behind the camera. This interplay between perspective and subjectivity is what makes photography a powerful storytelling tool, capable of evoking emotion, shaping narratives, and challenging the way we see the world. Challenges in depicting perspective in abstract art. Perspective, a fundamental principle in traditional art, presents unique challenges in the realm of abstract art, where conventional spatial depth is often distorted or entirely abandoned. Unlike representational art, which follows structured rules of linear or atmospheric perspective to create the illusion of three-dimensional space, abstract art challenges these norms, often prioritizing emotional expression, movement, or conceptual depth over realism. However, even in abstraction, artists must consider how they manipulate space and depth to create meaning and visual impact. One of the primary challenges in depicting perspective in abstract art is the absence of recognizable spatial cues. Traditional art relies on vanishing points, overlapping objects, and shading to suggest depth and spatial relationships. In abstract compositions, where forms may be fragmented, geometric, or entirely non-representational, establishing a coherent sense of space becomes more complex. Artists must find alternative ways to create movement and depth without adhering to the rigid rules of traditional perspective. Another challenge is balancing spatial ambiguity with visual coherence. Many abstract artists deliberately obscure or distort perspective to challenge the viewer's perception, as seen in the works of Wassily Kandinsky and Kazimir Malevich. Their paintings often reject linear depth in favor of floating forms and intersecting planes, creating compositions that are dynamic yet spatially ambiguous. This ambiguity, while intentional, can also make it difficult for viewers to engage with the work if they struggle to find visual anchors or interpret spatial relationships. Color and texture play a crucial role in suggesting depth within abstract compositions. Warmer, more saturated colors tend to appear closer, while cooler, less intense colors recede, an effect often used in representational art to simulate atmospheric perspective. Abstract artists can manipulate this color depth to create the illusion of space, but without clear reference points, the effectiveness of these techniques depends on the viewer's perception. Similarly, texture can imply spatial relationships, with thick impasto paint appearing closer and smoother areas receding. However, these effects remain subjective, making it challenging to control how perspective is perceived. The lack of a fixed viewpoint in many abstract works also adds complexity to perspective. Unlike traditional compositions, which often guide the viewer's eye through a structured focal point, abstract pieces may encourage multiple interpretations of depth and space. This openness can be both a strength and a challenge, as artists must strike a balance between intentional spatial disruption and an engaging visual experience. Ultimately, depicting perspective in abstract art requires innovative approaches, relying on composition, color, and form rather than traditional rules. While perspective in abstraction may not be literal, its manipulation is essential in shaping how viewers interact with and interpret the artwork. Chapter 8: Art and Emotion. Art has long been a powerful vehicle for expressing and evoking emotion. Whether through painting, sculpture, music, or performance, artists use their work to communicate feelings that may be difficult to articulate with words. Emotion in art can be deeply personal, reflecting the inner world of the creator, or universal, resonating with audiences across cultures and time periods. By engaging with art, viewers can experience a wide range of emotions, from joy and awe to sorrow and introspection, making art an essential part of human emotional experience. One of the primary ways art conveys emotion is through its formal elements: color, composition, line, and texture. Different colors, for instance, can elicit distinct emotional responses. Warm colors like red, orange, and yellow often convey energy, passion, or intensity, while cool colors like blue and green evoke calmness, sadness, or serenity. Abstract expressionist artists such as Mark Rothko use color fields to create emotional depth, encouraging viewers to engage with the feelings elicited by the work rather than any concrete subject matter. Beyond color, composition plays a significant role in shaping emotional impact. A chaotic, unbalanced arrangement of forms can create a sense of tension or unease, while a harmonious, symmetrical composition can evoke peace or stability. Artists like Francisco Goya and Edvard Munch use dynamic and distorted compositions to amplify feelings of fear, anxiety, or despair. Munch's The Scream is a prime example, where swirling lines and exaggerated perspective heighten the painting's intense emotional charge. Art also has the power to connect with personal and collective emotions by reflecting human experiences. Portraiture, for example, captures subtle expressions and body language that convey deep psychological states. In literature and theater, character-driven narratives allow audiences to empathize with complex emotions. Music, with its ability to shift tone, tempo, and volume, can directly influence mood and provoke emotional responses without the need for lyrics. The combination of artistic elements across different mediums ensures that emotional communication remains one of art's most compelling functions. The relationship between art and emotion is not one-sided. Viewers bring their own experiences, memories, and emotions into their interpretation of a work. A single piece of art may evoke different responses depending on a person's background and state of mind. This interaction between artist, artwork, and audience makes art a dynamic and evolving experience, continuously reshaped by those who engage with it. Ultimately, art's ability to express and evoke emotion is what makes it so profoundly impactful. Whether through deliberate artistic choices or personal interpretation, art creates a space for emotional exploration, offering both catharsis and connection in ways that transcend language and logic. The psychological impact of colors and forms. Color and form play a fundamental role in shaping the way people experience and interpret art. Psychological studies and artistic traditions alike have demonstrated that colors evoke specific emotional and cognitive responses, while forms influence perception, movement, and meaning. Artists have long used these elements to elicit reactions from viewers, guiding their emotional engagement and shaping their overall experience of a work. By understanding how colors and forms interact with human psychology, artists can create compositions that resonate deeply on both a conscious and subconscious level. Colors have a direct impact on mood and emotion, often triggering instinctive psychological reactions. Warm colors, such as red, orange, and yellow, are typically associated with energy, passion, and intensity. Red, for example, is often linked to strong emotions like love, anger, or urgency, while yellow can evoke happiness and optimism. In contrast, cool colors like blue, green, and purple tend to produce calming or introspective effects. Blue is frequently associated with serenity, stability, and melancholy, while green symbolizes nature, renewal, and tranquility. These associations are not just cultural, but are also rooted in human perception and biology. For instance, studies have shown that exposure to the color blue can lower heart rates and promote relaxation, whereas red can increase alertness and stimulate action. Beyond color, form influences how people engage with an artwork. Sharp, angular forms often create a sense of tension or aggression, as seen in the dynamic, fractured compositions of cubism. In contrast, curved, organic shapes tend to evoke a sense of harmony and softness, often used in depictions of nature or fluid movement. Abstract artists like Wassily Kandinsky explored how shapes and lines could express emotion independently of recognizable subject matter, using jagged, erratic forms to convey chaos or distress, and smooth, circular shapes to represent balance and unity. The combination of colors and forms can heighten their psychological impact. A composition dominated by deep reds and sharp angular shapes may feel intense or confrontational, while a painting with soft blues and flowing curves can suggest peace and introspection. This interplay is particularly evident in movements such as Expressionism, where exaggerated forms and bold colors are used to convey heightened emotional states. Edvard Munch's The Scream, for example, employs swirling lines and an unsettling color palette to evoke anxiety and existential dread. Ultimately, the psychological effects of colors and forms demonstrate how deeply visual elements influence human emotion and cognition. Whether through deliberate artistic choices or subconscious reactions, these elements shape how viewers experience and connect with art, reinforcing its ability to communicate beyond words. How art evokes empathy and connection. Art has a profound ability to evoke empathy and foster a sense of connection between individuals, cultures, and experiences. Whether through painting, sculpture, literature, music, or film, artistic expression allows people to step into different perspectives, experience emotions beyond their own, and develop a deeper understanding of others. This capacity for empathy is what makes art a powerful tool for social awareness, personal growth, and emotional healing. One of the ways art evokes empathy is through storytelling. Narrative-driven art forms, such as literature, theater, and film, immerse audiences in the lives of characters, allowing them to experience joy, sorrow, struggle, and triumph through another's eyes. A well-crafted novel or a compelling performance can make the viewer feel the emotions of a protagonist as if they were their own. This emotional engagement helps break down barriers of distance, background, and culture, making unfamiliar experiences feel deeply personal. Visual art also has the ability to generate empathy by capturing raw human emotion. Portraits, for instance, often communicate deep psychological states through facial expressions, body language, and composition. The haunting gaze in a Rembrandt painting or the quiet sorrow in a Picasso drawing can make the viewer feel connected to the subject in a profound way. Similarly, artists throughout history have depicted scenes of suffering, resilience, and joy that transcend time and cultural boundaries, allowing viewers to relate to emotions that are universally human. Music and abstract art can evoke empathy even without direct representation. A melancholy piece of music can stir feelings of sadness or longing, while an energetic, uplifting melody can inspire joy. Abstract paintings, through their use of color, texture, and movement, can create an emotional atmosphere that resonates with viewers on a subconscious level. Artists such as Mark Rothko used large, immersive color fields to evoke deep emotional responses, drawing viewers into a space of introspection and connection. Art also plays a critical role in fostering social empathy by shedding light on marginalized voices and untold stories. Many artists use their work to highlight injustice, suffering, or shared human experiences, encouraging audiences to reflect on perspectives they may not have otherwise encountered. Whether through documentary photography, protest art, or literature that explores social issues, art has the power to spark awareness and compassion. Ultimately, art's ability to evoke empathy and connection lies in its capacity to bridge emotional and experiential gaps. By engaging with art, viewers not only witness another's experience, but in a sense live it. This emotional resonance fosters understanding, compassion, and a deeper appreciation for the shared human experience. The role of memory and personal experience in art appreciation. Art appreciation is a deeply subjective experience, shaped by an individual's memory, emotions, and personal history. When people engage with a work of art, They do not view it in isolation. Rather, they bring their past experiences, cultural background, and subconscious associations to the interpretation. Memory plays a crucial role in how individuals connect with and understand art, making each interaction unique and deeply personal. One of the most powerful ways memory influences art appreciation is through emotional recall. A painting, song, or film may trigger memories of past experiences, evoking feelings of nostalgia, joy, sadness, or longing. For example, a particular shade of blue in a painting might remind someone of the sky from their childhood home, or a certain melody in a song might bring back memories of a loved one. These personal associations add layers of meaning to an artwork, making it resonate differently with each viewer. Beyond emotional connections, cultural memory also plays a role in how art is perceived. People from different backgrounds may interpret the same artwork in vastly different ways based on their cultural narratives and collective experiences. A historical painting may evoke a strong sense of pride or grief, depending on a person's understanding of the events depicted, while symbols and motifs that hold deep significance in one culture may be unfamiliar or interpreted differently by someone from another background. This dynamic nature of interpretation highlights how art is never experienced in a vacuum, but is instead filtered through the lens of memory and social identity. Personal experience also influences the ability to appreciate and understand abstract or conceptual art. A viewer with a background in music may find a deeper emotional connection to a painting that evokes rhythm and movement, while someone with a scientific background may appreciate the geometric precision of a modernist composition. This interaction between life experience and artistic perception enhances the richness of art appreciation, making it an evolving process rather than a static event. Memory can also affect how individuals revisit and reinterpret art over time. A work that seemed confusing or uninteresting at one stage in life may take on new meaning after a significant life event. A person who once viewed a somber painting with indifference may later find it deeply moving after experiencing loss. In this way, art appreciation is not fixed, but continually reshaped by personal growth and changing perspectives. Ultimately, memory and personal experience make art appreciation an intimate and ever-changing process. The meaning of an artwork is not solely dictated by the artist's intent, but is co-created by the viewer's past, emotions, and evolving understanding. This personal engagement with art allows it to remain relevant and meaningful across different times and contexts. The science of aesthetic experience. The experience of beauty and artistic appreciation is not merely a matter of personal taste. It is also deeply rooted in the brain's cognitive and emotional processes. The science of aesthetic experience explores how perception, emotion, memory, and neural activity interact when individuals engage with art. Recent advancements in neuroscience and psychology have provided insight into why certain images, sounds, and compositions captivate us, revealing that the appreciation of art is both a biological and cultural phenomenon. One of the key areas of study in aesthetics is the brain's response to beauty. Neuroimaging research has shown that when people view visually pleasing images, listen to harmonious music, or read compelling literature, specific areas of the brain associated with pleasure and reward become activated. The ventral striatum and orbitofrontal cortex, which are also involved in experiences of love, joy, and even addictive behaviors, respond strongly to aesthetic pleasure. This suggests that our appreciation of art is closely linked to the fundamental ways in which we process enjoyment and desire. Beyond the reward system, aesthetic experience also involves higher-order cognitive functions, particularly in the prefrontal cortex. This region of the brain is responsible for abstract thinking, pattern recognition, and decision-making, all of which play a role in interpreting and making sense of art. When viewers engage with complex or ambiguous artworks, such as abstract paintings or avant-garde music, their brains work to find meaning, creating a sense of intellectual stimulation that adds to the aesthetic experience. Another important factor in aesthetics is the role of emotional resonance. Art that evokes strong emotions tends to have a greater impact on the viewer, even when the emotions themselves are negative. People may find beauty in melancholic music, tragic literature, or unsettling paintings because these experiences engage the limbic system, the brain's emotional processing center. This explains why art can be cathartic, allowing individuals to process emotions in a safe and meaningful way. Cultural and personal background also shape aesthetic experience. While some aspects of beauty, such as symmetry and balance, appear to be universally appealing, personal history, cultural upbringing, and exposure to different artistic traditions influence what individuals find aesthetically pleasing. Aesthetic preferences can change over time as the brain adapts to new stimuli, explaining why art movements that were once considered radical or unappealing can later be embraced as masterpieces. Ultimately, the science of aesthetic experience reveals that art appreciation is a complex interplay of biological, emotional, and cognitive processes. By understanding how the brain responds to artistic stimuli, researchers continue to uncover the profound ways in which art enriches human experience, fostering emotional connection, intellectual engagement, and a sense of beauty that transcends language and culture. Can art be emotionally neutral? Art, by its very nature, is often thought of as an emotional experience, capable of evoking joy, sorrow, anger, or nostalgia. However, the question of whether art can be emotionally neutral challenges the assumption that all artistic expression must carry an emotional charge. While some argue that certain artworks are devoid of strong emotional content, others suggest that even the most seemingly neutral pieces still provoke some level of reaction in the viewer. One argument in favor of emotionally neutral art is that certain forms of minimalist, conceptual, or purely decorative art may not be intended to evoke deep feelings. Some geometric abstractions, architectural blueprints, or technical illustrations are created primarily for structural or aesthetic purposes rather than emotional expression. Artists such as Donald Judd and Sol LeWitt, who were central to the minimalist movement, focused on form, material, and repetition rather than conveying personal feelings or narratives. Their works can appear objective, detached, and unemotional, leading some viewers to perceive them as emotionally neutral. However, even in the absence of explicit emotional content, art is often shaped by the interpretation of the viewer. The way people experience art is deeply subjective, and an artwork that seems neutral to one person may evoke a response in another based on personal associations, memories, or cultural context. A plain, white canvas may feel empty and meaningless to one viewer, but provoke contemplation or a sense of peace in another. In this sense, true emotional neutrality is difficult to achieve, as perception is inherently shaped by individual experience. Additionally, the context in which art is presented can influence whether it feels emotionally neutral. A stark, industrial sculpture placed in a bustling urban environment might seem purely functional, yet when placed in a quiet gallery, it may take on a more meditative or even melancholic quality. Similarly, art that is created for utilitarian purposes, such as corporate branding or instructional design, might initially appear emotionally neutral, but can still elicit reactions based on color choices, shapes, or past experiences associated with similar visuals. Even when an artist deliberately attempts to strip emotion from their work, the very act of creating can carry implicit meaning. The choice to avoid sentimentality or narrative can itself be seen as an artistic statement, leading to philosophical discussions about what qualifies as emotional content in art. Ultimately, while some artworks may strive for neutrality, complete emotional detachment is nearly impossible, as all forms of artistic expression exist within a cultural and perceptual framework that invites interpretation. Chapter 9: Art Across Cultures. Art is a universal form of human expression, yet it varies widely across cultures, reflecting the values, beliefs, and histories of different societies. From the intricate patterns of Islamic calligraphy to the bold symbolism of indigenous art, each culture develops its own artistic traditions that shape the way people see and interpret the world. Exploring art across cultures not only reveals the diversity of human creativity, but also highlights the shared themes and emotions that connect people across time and geography. One of the most striking aspects of cross-cultural art is the use of symbolism and storytelling. Many cultures have developed artistic traditions that communicate myths, religious beliefs, or historical events. For example, ancient Egyptian art was deeply symbolic, with hieroglyphs and images carefully arranged to convey the journey of the soul in the afterlife. Similarly, indigenous Australian dot paintings tell ancestral stories known as Dreamtime, using symbols and colors to represent landscapes, animals, and spiritual figures. These artistic practices demonstrate how visual language is used to preserve and transmit cultural knowledge. Materials and techniques also vary based on regional resources and traditions. In Japan, the art of ink-wash painting, sumie, emphasizes simplicity and the beauty of imperfection, influenced by Zen Buddhist philosophy. In contrast, African mask making often incorporates wood, metal, and beads, each chosen for their symbolic and spiritual significance. The distinct artistic techniques developed within each culture reflect not only aesthetic preferences, but also practical adaptations to the environment. Despite cultural differences, certain artistic themes remain universal. Concepts of beauty, identity, power, and spirituality appear in nearly every artistic tradition. Portraiture, for instance, has been used across civilizations to convey status and character, from the detailed realism of Renaissance paintings to the stylized masks of West African societies. Similarly, depictions of nature appear in various forms, whether in Chinese landscape paintings that evoke harmony with nature, or the bold depictions of animals in Native American totem poles. These shared themes reveal the fundamental human need to express experiences and emotions through art. Globalization and technological advancements have further influenced the way cultures interact and exchange artistic ideas. Modern artists often blend traditional techniques with contemporary influences, creating hybrid styles that transcend cultural boundaries. Street artists in cities around the world, for example, incorporate elements from multiple artistic traditions, merging graffiti with classical painting techniques or incorporating motifs from different cultures. This blending of artistic styles demonstrates how cultural exchange continues to shape the evolution of art. Ultimately, art across cultures is a testament to both human diversity and interconnectedness. While artistic styles and meanings may differ, the impulse to create and communicate through visual expression is a shared human experience. Studying art from various cultures fosters appreciation, understanding, and respect, reminding us that creativity knows no borders. Western versus non-Western artistic traditions. Artistic traditions across the world have developed in response to cultural, philosophical, and historical influences, leading to distinct approaches in Western and non-Western art. While both traditions share the fundamental human drive for expression, they differ in their aesthetic values, materials, functions, and perspectives on representation. Understanding these differences and the ways in which they overlap provides a richer appreciation of global artistic practices. Western art has historically been shaped by the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, which emphasized realism, proportion, and the human form. This foundation continued through the Renaissance, where artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo sought to create depth and naturalism through techniques such as perspective and chiaroscuro. In contrast, many non-Western traditions prioritize stylization, abstraction, and symbolic meaning over realism. For example, traditional Chinese painting often values expressive brushwork and balance rather than strict adherence to perspective, while African sculptures are designed to capture spiritual or ancestral significance rather than precise anatomical accuracy. Another major difference lies in the role of individuality versus communal identity. Western art has often celebrated the individual artist as a creative genius, a concept that became especially prominent during the Renaissance and later in movements like Romanticism and Modernism. Artists such as Van Gogh and Picasso are recognized for their unique styles and personal innovations. By contrast, many non-Western traditions emphasize collective artistic practices, where works are created within a shared cultural framework. Indigenous art from Australia, for instance, often follows strict symbolic conventions passed down through generations, with the focus being on preserving cultural narratives rather than personal artistic expression. The function of art also varies significantly. In Western traditions, art is often created for aesthetic enjoyment, intellectual exploration, or personal expression. Museums and galleries serve as spaces to contemplate art as an autonomous form. Non-Western art, however, is frequently tied to religious, spiritual, or functional purposes. Islamic calligraphy, for example, is deeply intertwined with spirituality and religious devotion, while Japanese tea bowls in the wabi-sabi tradition reflect a philosophy of imperfection and mindfulness. In many African, Oceanic, and indigenous American cultures, masks, textiles, and sculptures are used in ceremonies, storytelling, or rituals, making art an active part of life rather than an object for passive viewing. Despite these distinctions, artistic traditions are not rigidly separate. Globalization and cultural exchange have influenced artists worldwide, leading to hybrid styles that blend Western and non-Western elements. Contemporary artists often challenge traditional boundaries, drawing from multiple traditions to create works that transcend singular cultural narratives. Ultimately, Western and non-Western artistic traditions offer unique perspectives, yet both reveal the universal human impulse to create, communicate, and find meaning through visual expression. Indigenous art and its symbolic meanings. Indigenous art is deeply rooted in cultural traditions, spiritual beliefs, and storytelling, serving as a visual language that preserves and communicates ancestral knowledge. Found across diverse communities from Australia to the Americas, Africa, and the Arctic, Indigenous art often carries meanings that extend beyond aesthetic appreciation. These artworks are not just decorative. They function as records of history, expressions of identity, and connections to the natural and spiritual worlds. Symbolism plays a central role in Indigenous art, with colors, patterns, and motifs conveying specific meanings. In Aboriginal Australian dot paintings, symbols such as concentric circles represent water holes or meeting places, while wavy lines indicate water or travel routes. These artworks often depict Dreamtime stories, which narrate the creation of the world and serve as guides for Indigenous laws and customs. Similarly, Native American art, including totem poles, beadwork, and sand paintings, uses symbolic imagery to represent clans, spirits, and historical events. Animals frequently appear as powerful symbols. Bears may signify strength, eagles can represent wisdom or a connection to the divine, and snakes might symbolize transformation. Many Indigenous artistic traditions are closely tied to spirituality and ceremonial practices. In African tribal art, masks play a crucial role in rituals, often embodying spirits, deities, or ancestors. These masks are worn during dances and ceremonies, allowing the wearer to channel supernatural forces and communicate with the spiritual realm. Similarly, Inuit art, particularly in the form of carvings and prints, often depicts spirits and animals that hold significance in Inuit mythology, such as Sedna, the sea goddess who controls marine life and the success of hunters. Materials used in Indigenous art are often sourced from the surrounding environment, reinforcing a deep connection to nature. Natural pigments, wood, and textiles are commonly used, with each material holding cultural significance. For example, in the Andean regions of South America, the weaving of intricate textiles reflects the wearer's social status, regional identity, and spiritual beliefs. The use of vibrant patterns and natural dyes made from plants and minerals further enhances the symbolic depth of these artworks. Despite colonization and globalization, Indigenous artists continue to preserve and innovate within their artistic traditions, using contemporary mediums to express cultural resilience and identity. Today, many Indigenous artists blend traditional symbols with modern techniques, creating works that speak to both historical continuity and contemporary struggles. Whether through painting, sculpture, textiles, or digital media, Indigenous art remains a powerful testament to the endurance of cultural heritage and the enduring significance of symbolic meaning in artistic expression. Cross-cultural influences in contemporary art. Contemporary art is increasingly shaped by cross-cultural influences, as artists draw inspiration from diverse traditions, histories, and global movements. With the expansion of technology, migration, and cultural exchange, the boundaries between artistic styles have blurred, leading to innovative works that merge different visual languages, materials, and philosophies. This blending of artistic traditions challenges rigid classifications of art and highlights the interconnectedness of cultures. One of the most significant ways cross-cultural influences appear in contemporary art is through the fusion of traditional techniques with modern approaches. Many artists from Indigenous and non-Western backgrounds incorporate ancestral motifs and storytelling methods into contemporary forms such as digital media, street art, and conceptual installations. For example, contemporary Aboriginal artists like Emily Kame Ngware reinterpreted traditional dot painting techniques in large-scale canvases that resonate with modern abstraction. Similarly, artists from African and Asian diasporas often incorporate textile patterns, calligraphy, or folklore into paintings and sculptures that engage with contemporary social issues. Globalization has also led to an increased exchange of materials and artistic processes. Japanese anime and manga have influenced Western graphic novels and street art, while African and Latin American mural traditions have been embraced by artists worldwide to create public art that engages with local communities. The Mexican tradition of Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, has inspired artists globally, with sugar skull imagery appearing in fashion, tattoo art, and digital design beyond its original cultural context. These examples demonstrate how artistic elements travel beyond their origins and gain new meanings in different cultural settings. Cross-cultural influences are also evident in the themes contemporary artists explore. Issues such as migration, identity, and cultural hybridity have become central to many artistic practices. Artists like Yinka Shonibare, who explores post-colonial identity through Victorian-era fashion made with African textiles, challenge viewers to reconsider history and cultural ownership. Similarly, Ai Weiwei incorporates traditional Chinese craftsmanship in his politically charged installations, using familiar materials to critique modern global issues. These artists demonstrate how cross-cultural influences can serve as both artistic inspiration and a means of addressing complex social narratives. While cultural exchange has enriched contemporary art, it also raises questions about appropriation versus appreciation. Some critics argue that borrowing from another culture without understanding its significance can lead to superficial or exploitative representations. However, when done with respect and knowledge, cross-cultural artistic practices can foster greater understanding and dialogue between societies. Ultimately, contemporary art thrives on the fusion of diverse perspectives, pushing creative boundaries and reflecting the globalized world we live in. By embracing cross-cultural influences, artists create works that are dynamic, layered, and rich with meaning, offering new ways to see and interpret the ever-evolving landscape of art. The globalization of artistic styles. The globalization of artistic styles has transformed the way art is created, shared, and understood across cultures. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected through technology, travel, and media, artistic traditions that were once confined to specific regions are now influencing and blending with others on a global scale. This exchange has led to the emergence of hybrid styles that incorporate diverse techniques, themes, and aesthetics, redefining traditional boundaries between artistic movements. One of the most significant factors in the globalization of artistic styles is the ease of access to different cultural influences. The internet and social media platforms allow artists to explore works from around the world, drawing inspiration from a wide range of artistic traditions. A painter in New York can study traditional Japanese woodblock prints, while a digital artist in Africa can incorporate elements of Renaissance composition into their work. This instant access to global art history enables artists to experiment with styles that transcend cultural origins, leading to innovative artistic expressions. Another way globalization shapes artistic styles is through international art institutions, biennials, and exhibitions that bring artists from different backgrounds into conversation with one another. Events like the Venice Biennale, Art Basel, and the Documenta series provide platforms for artists from diverse regions to showcase their work, leading to greater cross-pollination of ideas. These spaces encourage collaboration and dialogue, allowing for the blending of traditional and contemporary influences. For example, artists from indigenous communities might adapt their ancestral techniques to engage with modern materials and digital tools, creating new artistic languages that resonate globally. The rise of urban art and street art also reflects the globalization of artistic styles. Graffiti, which originated as a subcultural movement in the United States, has evolved into a worldwide phenomenon, with artists from South America to Asia incorporating local symbols, historical narratives, and political themes into their murals. Similarly, contemporary design and architecture often integrate elements from various cultural traditions, creating hybrid aesthetics that reflect global influences while maintaining regional identity. Despite the richness of global artistic exchange, the blending of styles also raises concerns about cultural appropriation and the loss of local artistic identities. Some critics argue that when dominant cultures adopt and commercialize elements of marginalized traditions without proper acknowledgement, it can lead to the erasure or commodification of cultural heritage. However, when approached with respect and understanding, the globalization of artistic styles can serve as a powerful tool for cultural dialogue and mutual enrichment. Ultimately, the globalization of artistic styles reflects the evolving nature of creativity in a connected world. By merging historical traditions with contemporary innovations, artists continue to push the boundaries of visual expression, creating works that speak to both local and global audiences. Challenges in interpreting art from different cultures. Interpreting art from different cultures presents unique challenges, as cultural context, symbolism, and artistic conventions vary widely across societies. What may seem straightforward or familiar within one tradition can carry entirely different meanings in another, making cross-cultural interpretation a complex process. Understanding these challenges is essential for appreciating art in a way that respects its origins and deeper significance. One of the primary difficulties in interpreting art from different cultures is the role of cultural symbolism. Many artistic traditions use colors, shapes, and figures that carry specific meanings that may not be immediately recognizable to outsiders. For example, in Chinese culture, red is often associated with luck and prosperity, whereas in Western traditions, it can symbolize passion, danger, or revolution. Similarly, animals depicted in indigenous art often hold spiritual significance, representing ancestors or guiding spirits, which may be lost on viewers unfamiliar with these belief systems. Without knowledge of these cultural frameworks, interpretations can become superficial or misleading. Another challenge is the difference in artistic conventions and styles. Western art history, influenced by Renaissance ideals, often emphasizes perspective, realism, and individual artistic genius. In contrast, many non-Western artistic traditions prioritize symbolic representation, communal authorship, and functional purposes. Traditional African masks, for instance, are not created for mere aesthetic appreciation, but serve spiritual and ritualistic functions. Similarly, Islamic art, with its intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy, reflects religious principles and an avoidance of figurative representation. Viewers who approach such works with Western artistic expectations may struggle to fully grasp their deeper meanings. The historical and colonial context of art interpretation also plays a significant role. Many non-Western artistic traditions have been historically marginalized or misinterpreted due to colonial biases. Early Western collectors and scholars often viewed indigenous and African art through an ethnographic lens rather than as fine art, stripping it of its original cultural and spiritual contexts. This legacy continues to affect how certain artworks are displayed in museums and how they are understood by global audiences. Overcoming these biases requires a conscious effort to engage with art on its own cultural terms rather than through an external framework. Language barriers also contribute to difficulties in interpretation. Titles, inscriptions, or accompanying texts may not always be accurately translated, leading to a loss of meaning. Additionally, oral traditions that inform many artistic practices may not be easily conveyed through written explanations, making it challenging for outsiders to access the full narrative behind a piece. Despite these challenges, engaging with art from different cultures offers a valuable opportunity for deeper understanding and appreciation. By approaching art with curiosity, respect, and a willingness to learn, viewers can move beyond surface-level interpretations and develop a more nuanced perspective on the diverse ways in which human creativity is expressed across cultures. Chapter 10: The Digital Age and New Ways of Seeing. The digital age has fundamentally altered the way people create, experience, and interpret art. With the rise of digital technology, traditional boundaries between artist and audience have blurred, expanding artistic possibilities beyond physical mediums and static spaces. Digital tools, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and social media platforms have transformed visual culture, introducing new ways of seeing that challenge conventional perspectives on art. One of the most significant shifts in the digital era is the accessibility of art. In the past, viewing artwork required visiting galleries, museums, or private collections. Today, high-resolution images of paintings, sculptures, and performances are instantly available online, making art more widely accessible than ever before. This digital expansion has allowed people from different backgrounds to engage with and interpret art on their own terms, without the limitations of geography or exclusivity. However, while online exposure increases accessibility, it also raises questions about authenticity and the loss of a physical, immersive experience. Seeing a painting on a screen is different from standing before the original piece, where texture, scale, and material presence contribute to its impact. Another key development is the emergence of digital art as its own medium. Artists now use digital tools such as graphic design software, 3D modeling, and coding to create works that could not exist in traditional formats. Interactive installations, generative art powered by artificial intelligence, and virtual reality experiences push the limits of artistic expression. Digital art has also led to new economic models, such as blockchain technology and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which redefine ideas of ownership, authenticity, and value in the art world. These innovations challenge traditional notions of what constitutes an original work of art. Social media has also transformed the way art is shared and experienced. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube allow artists to bypass traditional gatekeepers, reaching audiences directly and building global communities around their work. This democratization of art distribution enables emerging artists to gain recognition without relying on galleries or institutions. At the same time, the fast-paced nature of digital consumption raises concerns about the commodification of art, where likes and shares may overshadow deeper engagement with artistic meaning. Artificial intelligence and machine learning further expand the possibilities of art making, generating images, music, and even poetry based on algorithms and data inputs. While some view AI-generated art as a tool for creative collaboration, Others question whether it diminishes the role of human intuition and emotion in artistic expression. As the digital age continues to evolve, it reshapes the way people perceive and interact with art. While new technologies provide exciting possibilities, they also challenge traditional values of authenticity, originality, and artistic intent, inviting ongoing reflection on what it means to see and experience art in the modern world. The impact of digital media on artistic expression. Digital media has revolutionized artistic expression, offering new tools, platforms, and ways of engaging with art that were unimaginable in previous generations. The rise of digital technology has not only changed how art is created, but also how it is distributed, experienced, and interpreted. As artists embrace digital tools, the very nature of artistic production and consumption continues to evolve, challenging traditional ideas about authorship, originality, and artistic value. One of the most profound changes brought about by digital media is the expansion of artistic techniques. Digital painting, 3D modeling, animation, and virtual reality have opened up limitless possibilities for visual expression. Artists are no longer confined to physical materials like canvas or sculpture. Instead, they can create entirely within digital spaces, manipulating images, textures, and forms with precision and flexibility. Programs like Adobe Photoshop, Blender, and Procreate allow artists to experiment in ways that would be impossible with traditional mediums, enabling the creation of hyper-realistic digital paintings, abstract generative art, and interactive installations. The internet and social media have also transformed the way art is shared and experienced. Platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, and DeviantArt provide artists with direct access to global audiences, removing the need for traditional gallery representation. This has democratized the art world, allowing independent creators to gain visibility and build communities around their work. However, the rapid consumption of digital images raises concerns about the value of art in an era of endless scrolling, where artworks may be viewed briefly before being forgotten. The widespread distribution of digital art also complicates issues of copyright and ownership, as reproductions can be shared, altered, or stolen without an artist's consent. Another major impact of digital media on artistic expression is the rise of interactive and immersive art experiences. Virtual reality and augmented reality allow viewers to step inside artworks, transforming passive observation into active participation. Museums and galleries have begun incorporating these technologies to enhance visitor engagement, creating dynamic exhibitions that blur the line between the physical and digital worlds. Video games, once considered solely a form of entertainment, have also emerged as a recognized artistic medium, combining storytelling, visual design, and interactive elements to create deeply immersive experiences. Artificial intelligence has introduced yet another shift in artistic creation. AI-generated art, such as works produced by neural networks and machine learning algorithms, challenges the notion of human creativity by producing visually compelling and conceptually rich pieces. While some view AI as a collaborative tool that enhances artistic exploration, others fear it may devalue traditional craftsmanship and originality. As digital media continues to evolve, it reshapes the possibilities of artistic expression, pushing boundaries while raising new ethical and philosophical questions about the role of technology in creativity. Virtual reality and interactive art. Virtual reality, VR, and interactive art have transformed the way audiences experience and engage with artistic expression. Unlike traditional art forms that are typically observed passively, VR and interactive installations invite viewers to become active participants, blurring the line between creator and audience. These technologies expand the possibilities of artistic immersion, offering new dimensions of storytelling, emotion, and sensory exploration. Virtual reality, in particular, allows artists to construct fully immersive environments where viewers can move freely and interact with digital elements. Instead of standing in front of a painting or sculpture, a viewer wearing a VR headset can step inside an artwork, exploring its details from multiple perspectives. This capability gives artists unprecedented control over the audience's experience, guiding them through narratives, symbolic landscapes, or abstract spaces in ways that were previously impossible. VR art can evoke emotions in ways similar to film and theater, but with a greater sense of presence, as the viewer feels physically involved in the experience. Interactive art, which extends beyond VR, is another growing movement that encourages audience participation in shaping the artwork itself. Installations using motion sensors, touch-sensitive surfaces, and artificial intelligence respond to the presence and actions of viewers, making each experience unique. Works like Rafael Lozano Hemmer's interactive light displays or TeamLab's digital environments adapt dynamically, shifting colors, forms, and compositions based on audience movement. This approach challenges the idea of a fixed, unchanging artwork, instead embracing fluidity and real-time engagement. One of the most exciting aspects of VR and interactive art is their potential to foster deeper emotional and intellectual connections. By allowing participants to navigate digital worlds or influence artistic outcomes, these mediums create a sense of agency and personal investment. Museums and galleries have increasingly incorporated interactive elements into their exhibits, using technology to make art more accessible and engaging, particularly for younger audiences accustomed to digital experiences. However, as with any emerging technology, VR and interactive art present challenges. The accessibility of VR remains limited due to the high cost of equipment and the need for specialized hardware, which can prevent broader audiences from experiencing these works. Additionally, some critics argue that digital interactivity risks overshadowing artistic depth, prioritizing novelty and spectacle over substance. Despite these challenges, VR and interactive art continue to redefine artistic expression, offering new ways of seeing and engaging with creativity. As technology advances, these forms are likely to become even more sophisticated, further expanding the boundaries of how we experience and interpret art in the digital age. The rise of AI-generated art. Artificial intelligence has become an increasingly significant force in the world of art, raising questions about creativity, authorship, and the role of technology in artistic expression. AI-generated art, which uses machine learning algorithms to produce images, music, and even literature, challenges traditional notions of artistic originality while opening new possibilities for creative exploration. As AI tools become more sophisticated, they are reshaping both the creative process and the art market, sparking debates about whether machines can truly create art or if they merely mimic human creativity. AI-generated art relies on deep learning models trained on vast datasets of existing works. These algorithms analyze patterns, styles, and structures, allowing them to generate original compositions based on the input they receive. Programs like OpenAI's DALL-E, Google's Deep Dream, and DeepArt have demonstrated how AI can produce visually striking pieces, often blending styles in ways that surprise even their human creators. Some artists collaborate with AI as a tool to enhance their creative process, using it to generate new ideas, refine compositions, or introduce unexpected elements into their work. Others see AI as an independent creative force, capable of producing artworks that stand on their own. One of the major debates surrounding AI-generated art is the question of authorship. If an algorithm creates a piece of art, who is the true artist? The programmer who developed the AI, the individual who provided the input, or the machine itself? Unlike traditional forms of art, where personal intention and emotional depth play a central role, AI art is often generated without a conscious creative impulse. This leads some to argue that while AI can produce aesthetically compelling works, it lacks the deeper conceptual or emotional layers that define human-made art. The rise of AI art has also disrupted the art market, particularly with the emergence of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and digital collectibles. AI-generated pieces have sold for significant sums at major auction houses, such as the famous sale of Edmond de Bellamy, an AI-generated portrait that sold for $432,500 at Christie's in 2018. This has fueled discussions about the value of digital art and the evolving definitions of artistic authorship in an era where machines can generate works at an unprecedented scale. Despite skepticism, AI generated art is pushing the boundaries of creativity, serving as both a tool and a challenge to traditional artistic practices. Whether seen as a revolutionary new medium or a mere extension of digital algorithms, AI's role in art is undeniable, and its influence will likely continue to grow as technology advances. How social media changes art consumption. Social media has dramatically reshaped the way people engage with and consume art, shifting from traditional gallery and museum settings to digital platforms where art is instantly accessible. With the rise of Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, and other visual-heavy networks, artists can reach global audiences in seconds, while viewers can explore an endless stream of creative content from their devices. This shift has democratized the art world, giving independent artists greater exposure, but it has also introduced challenges related to authenticity, attention span, and commercialization. One of the most significant impacts of social media on art consumption is the accessibility it provides. In the past, engaging with art often required visiting galleries, museums, or private collections. Today, anyone with a smartphone can browse digital exhibitions, follow their favorite artists, and discover new styles from around the world. Platforms like Instagram have become virtual galleries, allowing artists to showcase their work without the need for institutional approval. This has led to the rise of self-made artists who build their careers entirely online, bypassing traditional gatekeepers of the art industry. However, social media's rapid, algorithm-driven environment also changes how people engage with art. In traditional settings, viewers might spend minutes or even hours studying a painting or sculpture. On social media, artworks are often consumed in a matter of seconds before users scroll to the next image. This fleeting interaction can reduce the depth of engagement, making art feel more like disposable content rather than something to be deeply analyzed or emotionally connected with. The pressure for virality also influences artistic trends, with artists sometimes prioritizing visually striking or easily digestible pieces over more complex or experimental works. Another major consequence of social media's influence is the commercialization of art. Artists increasingly rely on platforms to sell prints, NFTs, and commissions, making social media both a promotional tool and a marketplace. While this allows artists to sustain their careers independently, it also blurs the lines between art and marketing. Some critics argue that the need for engagement, likes, shares, and comments, can compromise artistic integrity, pushing artists to create content that aligns with social media trends rather than personal or conceptual depth. Despite these challenges, social media has undeniably expanded the reach of art, fostering new communities and making creative expression more inclusive. It has allowed artists from diverse backgrounds to share their perspectives without institutional barriers, while also enabling collaborations across disciplines and geographical boundaries. As digital platforms continue to evolve, they will likely play an even larger role in shaping how art is created, shared, and experienced in the modern world. The debate over digital art and authenticity. The rise of digital art has sparked an ongoing debate about authenticity, originality, and artistic value. Unlike traditional mediums such as painting or sculpture, digital artworks exist in a fluid, reproducible form, raising questions about what constitutes an authentic piece. With the emergence of technologies like NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and AI-generated art, these discussions have only intensified, forcing the art world to reconsider long-held definitions of authorship and ownership. One of the central concerns surrounding digital art is its reproducibility. A painting or sculpture is inherently unique. Its physical presence and texture cannot be perfectly replicated. Digital art, however, can be copied and distributed endlessly without any degradation in quality. This has led some critics to argue that digital works lack the aura of authenticity associated with traditional media. To address this, The introduction of blockchain technology and NFTs has attempted to establish digital scarcity by assigning a unique, verifiable ownership record to digital artworks. While this approach has been embraced by many artists and collectors, skeptics question whether artificially imposed scarcity can truly create authenticity in the same way a physical artwork does. Another layer of the debate centers around the creative process itself. Traditional art forms often require hands-on craftsmanship, from brushstrokes on canvas to the chiseling of stone. Digital tools, on the other hand, allow for the automation of certain artistic processes, with software like Photoshop, Procreate, and AI-powered programs assisting or even generating entire compositions. Some argue that this diminishes the human element of artistry, making digital works feel less authentic compared to handmade pieces. Others counter that digital art requires just as much skill, creativity, and intentionality. Only the tools have changed. Much like photography once challenged traditional notions of art, digital mediums are now facing similar scrutiny. The debate over digital authenticity also intersects with the commercialization of art. With the explosion of digital marketplaces, some critics worry that the ease of creation and distribution has led to an oversaturation of the market, diluting the value of individual works. At the same time, digital art has provided unprecedented opportunities for artists to reach global audiences, making artistic careers more accessible to those who might not have had the means to exhibit in traditional galleries. Ultimately, digital art is redefining the very concept of artistic authenticity. While it challenges traditional ideas of uniqueness and craftsmanship, it also expands creative possibilities in ways that were previously unimaginable. As technology continues to evolve, so too will the ways in which authenticity and artistic value are understood in the digital age. Chapter 11: The Art Market and Institutions. The art market and institutions play a crucial role in shaping the production, distribution, and valuation of art. While art has always had economic and institutional dimensions, the modern art world is deeply influenced by galleries, auction houses, museums, and private collectors, all of whom contribute to the complex system that determines an artwork's worth. The intersection of commerce, prestige, and artistic merit creates a dynamic yet often controversial environment where financial power and cultural influence converge. One of the most visible aspects of the art market is the role of auction houses such as Sotheby's and Christie's. These institutions set record-breaking prices for artworks, often turning them into high-value commodities. The sale of pieces by renowned artists, such as a Leonardo da Vinci or a Banksy, can make global headlines, reinforcing the notion that art is not only a cultural asset, but also an investment. However, this focus on monetary value can sometimes overshadow artistic intent, prioritizing market trends over creative expression. The speculative nature of the art market has also led to price inflation, with wealthy collectors and investors treating artworks as financial assets rather than cultural artifacts. Galleries and dealers act as intermediaries between artists and collectors, helping to establish reputations and market value. Commercial galleries curate exhibitions, promote artists, and cultivate relationships with buyers. The success of an artist is often tied to their gallery representation, making gallery acceptance a major milestone for emerging creators. However, the exclusivity of top-tier galleries raises concerns about accessibility and gatekeeping, as only a small fraction of artists gain entry into these influential spaces. Museums and public institutions, on the other hand, serve a different function in the art world. Unlike galleries and auction houses, which operate on profit-driven models, museums are primarily concerned with cultural preservation and education. They provide historical context for artworks and ensure public access to significant collections. Yet, even museums are not free from controversy. Issues such as the ethical sourcing of art, the restitution of looted artifacts, and the influence of corporate sponsors have led to heated debates about the responsibilities of these institutions. The contemporary art market has also been disrupted by digital platforms and NFTs, which challenge traditional models of distribution and ownership. Online marketplaces allow artists to sell directly to audiences, bypassing galleries and dealers. While this shift democratizes access to art, it also raises concerns about authenticity, speculation, and the commodification of digital works. As the art world continues to evolve, the relationship between market forces and artistic integrity remains a subject of debate. Institutions wield immense power in shaping public perception, but emerging technologies and alternative markets are redefining the landscape of artistic consumption and value. The role of galleries and museums in art perception. Galleries and museums play a pivotal role in shaping how people perceive and engage with art. These institutions not only preserve and present artworks, but also influence cultural narratives, artistic trends, and public discourse. By curating collections and exhibitions, they guide viewers in understanding artistic movements, historical contexts, and individual artists' intentions. However, their influence is not without controversy. As debates around accessibility, inclusivity, and institutional bias continue to shape the evolving landscape of art perception. Museums serve as cultural repositories, preserving and displaying art from different time periods and regions. They provide historical context that helps viewers interpret works beyond their immediate visual impact. For example, a Renaissance painting displayed in a museum is often accompanied by information about the artist, the time period, and the social or political climate in which it was created. This framing allows audiences to see beyond aesthetics, recognizing deeper meanings and influences that may not be immediately apparent. Museums also establish canons of artistic excellence, determining which works are deemed significant and worthy of preservation. However, this power raises questions about whose perspectives are prioritized and whose histories are excluded. Galleries, particularly commercial ones, operate differently by focusing on contemporary artists and the art market. Unlike museums, which typically house permanent collections, galleries present rotating exhibitions that highlight emerging and established artists. They play a crucial role in defining artistic success, as representation in a well-regarded gallery can launch an artist's career. Galleries also influence art perception by shaping trends. Certain styles, themes, or media gain prominence based on curatorial and market-driven decisions. While they offer opportunities for artists to gain exposure, the exclusivity of high-profile galleries can create barriers for those outside the traditional art world. Both galleries and museums impact how audiences experience art through their curatorial choices. The way an artwork is displayed, its placement, lighting, and accompanying text affects how it is perceived. A piece exhibited in a prestigious institution gains credibility and significance, whereas the same work displayed in an alternative space might be viewed differently. Additionally, temporary exhibitions allow curators to highlight underrepresented artists and challenge traditional narratives, reshaping public understanding of art history. Despite their role in education and preservation, these institutions face ongoing criticism regarding elitism and accessibility. High admission fees, limited representation of diverse artists, and the colonial origins of many museum collections remain contentious issues. As museums and galleries adapt to digital technologies and shifting societal values, they are being challenged to become more inclusive spaces that reflect a broader range of artistic voices and cultural perspectives. Their ability to evolve will determine how they continue to shape art perception in the future. The influence of art critics and curators. Art critics and curators hold significant influence in shaping how art is perceived, valued, and understood. Through reviews, essays, and exhibitions, they frame artistic discourse, directing public and institutional attention to certain artists, styles, and movements. Their interpretations can elevate an artist's career, redefine historical narratives, and influence market trends. However, their authority also raises questions about subjectivity, bias, and the accessibility of artistic expression. Art critics serve as mediators between artists and the public, providing insights that help audiences engage with complex or unfamiliar works. Through published reviews in newspapers, magazines, and online platforms, critics assess the quality, originality, and significance of artworks. Their perspectives often shape public opinion and contribute to an artist's reputation. Positive critical reception can validate an artist's work, leading to increased recognition, gallery representation, and institutional acquisitions. Conversely, negative criticism or exclusion from mainstream discourse can limit an artist's reach. Critics also play a role in challenging conventions by questioning artistic norms, advocating for underrepresented voices, and introducing new ways of interpreting art. Curators, on the other hand, influence perception through their selection and presentation of artworks in museums, galleries, and exhibitions. Their curatorial decisions, what to include, how works are arranged, and the narratives they construct, shape the viewer's experience. By contextualizing art through thematic exhibitions, historical retrospectives, or cross-cultural comparisons, curators guide audiences in understanding artistic significance. Their work extends beyond aesthetics. Curatorial choices often reflect broader social, political, and cultural discussions, influencing how art is framed within contemporary discourse. Both critics and curators contribute to the construction of art history by determining which works are celebrated and preserved. Over time, their influence has contributed to the formation of artistic canons, defining which artists and movements are considered essential. However, this process is not without its challenges. Historically, many marginalized artists, particularly women, artists of color, and those outside Western traditions, were overlooked due to biases in critical and curatorial circles. Efforts to diversify perspectives have led to increased scrutiny of these gatekeeping roles, pushing for greater inclusivity in art criticism and curation. The digital age has further complicated their influence. While traditional critics and curators remain authoritative voices, social media and online platforms have democratized art discourse, allowing independent voices, bloggers, and everyday viewers to shape conversations about art. As the landscape of artistic interpretation continues to evolve, the role of critics and curators must adapt, balancing expertise with a broader, more inclusive engagement with art and its audiences. Art as commodity, buying and selling creativity. Art has long been a powerful form of human expression, but it is also a commodity, bought, sold, and traded in markets that assign monetary value to creativity. The commercialization of art raises important questions about its purpose, authenticity, and accessibility. While some argue that art should remain a purely expressive and cultural endeavor, the reality is that financial transactions play a central role in sustaining artists, institutions, and the broader art ecosystem. The balance between artistic integrity and market forces has shaped how art is produced, valued, and consumed throughout history. The art market is a complex system that includes galleries, auction houses, private collectors, museums, and online platforms. High-profile auction houses, such as Sotheby's and Christie's, regularly set record-breaking sales for paintings, sculptures, and other works, sometimes selling pieces for hundreds of millions of dollars. These sales contribute to the perception of art as a luxury investment, where its financial worth often overshadows its artistic significance. Blue-chip artists, those whose works are considered stable and profitable investments, become key players in this market, while lesser-known artists struggle to gain financial recognition. Commercial galleries also play a crucial role in the buying and selling of art. Representing artists and connecting them with collectors, galleries act as intermediaries that help establish an artist's market value. The exclusivity of top-tier galleries creates prestige, but it can also create barriers for emerging artists who lack the connections or resources to break into the system. While some artists find financial success within this model, Many must navigate the tension between artistic freedom and market demands, often producing work that aligns with trends or collector preferences rather than purely personal or experimental interests. Beyond traditional markets, digital technologies have introduced new ways to buy and sell art. Online platforms, NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and direct artist-to-buyer transactions have expanded opportunities for artists to monetize their work without relying on galleries or auction houses. While these digital spaces provide greater accessibility, they also introduce challenges, such as questions of authenticity, ownership, and market speculation. The rise of NFTs, in particular, has sparked debates about whether they represent a genuine evolution of artistic commerce or a financial bubble driven by hype. Ultimately, the commodification of art is a double-edged sword. While financial success can empower artists and sustain cultural institutions, the influence of money can also shape artistic production in ways that prioritize commercial appeal over creative exploration. The ongoing challenge is to find a balance where art remains both economically viable and creatively meaningful, allowing artists to thrive without compromising their artistic vision. The role of auctions and private collectors. Auctions and private collectors play a significant role in the art world, shaping market trends, determining the financial value of artworks, and influencing the visibility of artists. While museums and galleries serve as public-facing institutions dedicated to cultural preservation and education, auctions and private collections often dictate the financial trajectory of an artist's career and the accessibility of art to the public. Their influence extends beyond mere transactions, affecting how art is perceived, circulated, and valued over time. Auction houses such as Sotheby's, Christie's, and Phillips act as high-stakes marketplaces where artworks are sold to the highest bidder. These auctions set price records, create media buzz, and reinforce the financialization of art. When a painting or sculpture fetches millions at auction, it not only elevates the artist's reputation, but also impacts the market value of their other works. Auctions can also introduce unpredictability into the art market. Bidding wars can drive prices far beyond initial estimates, while works that fail to sell can negatively impact an artist's perceived desirability. The speculative nature of auctions sometimes shifts attention away from artistic merit and toward art as a financial asset. Private collectors also hold immense power in shaping the art world. Wealthy individuals and institutions amass significant collections, often acquiring works before they ever reach public museums. Some collectors see art as a passion, curating personal collections that reflect their tastes, historical interests, or cultural heritage. Others approach art as an investment, purchasing pieces with the expectation that their value will increase over time. High-profile collectors can influence market trends by favoring certain artists, styles, or movements, sometimes artificially inflating demand for specific works. While some private collectors donate or loan artworks to museums, ensuring public access, others keep their collections inaccessible. This has led to debates about whether important cultural artifacts should remain in private hands or belong to the public domain. In some cases, major works of art disappear into private vaults, rarely seen by the broader public. However, private collectors also play a crucial role in preserving and safeguarding art, sometimes rescuing pieces that might otherwise be lost or neglected. As the art market evolves, digital auctions and online platforms have expanded access to buying and selling art, but they have also introduced new complexities, such as issues of provenance, authenticity, and speculation. Whether through traditional auction houses or private acquisitions, the influence of collectors and buyers continues to shape the fate of artists and the accessibility of art. Balancing financial interest with cultural responsibility remains an ongoing challenge in the art world. The ethics of art ownership and repatriation. The question of who owns art and where it rightfully belongs is one of the most debated ethical issues in the art world. Throughout history, artworks, artifacts, and cultural treasures have been taken from their places of origin through colonization, war, looting, and illicit trade. Many of these objects now reside in museums, galleries, and private collections far from the cultures that created them. The movement for repatriation, the return of these artworks to their rightful owners or countries of origin, has gained momentum in recent decades, raising complex questions about history, justice, and cultural heritage. One of the central ethical concerns in art ownership is the acquisition of objects under exploitative or violent circumstances. Many Western museums house artifacts taken during colonial rule, including the Benin bronzes, which were looted by British forces in 1897 and are now scattered across European and American institutions. Similarly, the Parthenon marbles, removed from Greece by Lord Elgin in the early 19th century, remain in the British Museum despite ongoing demands for their return. Defenders of museum ownership argue that these institutions help preserve art and make it accessible to a global audience. However, critics counter that these objects were taken without consent and that their continued display perpetuates historical injustices. Beyond colonial-era looting, the issue of Nazi-era art theft highlights the need for ethical restitution. During World War II, the Nazi regime systematically confiscated artworks from Jewish families, many of which ended up in museums or private collections. Efforts to identify and return these pieces have been ongoing, but legal and bureaucratic obstacles often slow the process. Provenance research, the investigation of an artwork's ownership history, has become essential in determining whether a piece was acquired ethically or through illicit means. Repatriation is not without challenges. Legal frameworks governing art restitution vary across countries, and some institutions resist returning works, arguing that they have cared for and preserved these objects for decades or even centuries. Additionally, concerns about a country's ability to properly care for repatriated artifacts sometimes complicate discussions. However, many nations and cultural groups argue that reclaiming their artistic heritage is essential for identity, healing, and historical justice. Recent years have seen growing international cooperation in returning stolen or displaced artworks, with some museums and governments willingly repatriating pieces. While these efforts signal progress, the broader debate continues. Should art remain in institutions that have long housed it, or should it return to the communities that created it? Addressing the ethics of art ownership requires balancing cultural stewardship with historical accountability, ensuring that art is both preserved and respected in its rightful context. Chapter 12: Controversies in Art. Art has long been a space for challenging norms, questioning authority, and pushing the boundaries of expression. However, these very qualities have made it a frequent source of controversy. Whether due to political messaging, moral concerns, or debates over artistic intent, artworks have sparked heated debates, legal battles, and even censorship. The evolving role of art in society continues to raise questions about the limits of free expression, cultural appropriation, and the responsibilities of artists and institutions. One of the most persistent controversies in art is the issue of censorship. Governments, religious groups, and the public have often sought to suppress works that they deem offensive, subversive, or morally inappropriate. From the outrage over Andres Serrano's Piss Christ to the banning of provocative street art, censorship debates highlight tensions between artistic freedom and societal values. While some argue that art should be unrestricted, others believe that public institutions must be mindful of the potential harm certain artworks may cause. Another highly debated issue is cultural appropriation in art. Many artists draw inspiration from different cultures, but when this crosses into the realm of exploitation or misrepresentation, it becomes problematic. For example, non-Indigenous artists have faced criticism for using sacred Native American symbols without understanding their cultural significance. Similarly, Western designers and painters have often borrowed motifs from African, Asian, or indigenous traditions without acknowledging their origins. This has led to discussions about who has the right to tell certain stories and how to distinguish between appreciation and appropriation. Public funding for controversial art has also been a recurring issue. Governments and private institutions often support the arts, but when public money funds works that challenge political or religious beliefs, backlash can be swift. Artists such as Robert Mapplethorpe and Ai Weiwei have faced funding cuts and restrictions due to the perceived offensiveness of their work. These cases raise fundamental questions about the role of government in supporting artistic expression and whether public art should reflect mainstream values or challenge them. The commodification of art is another contentious topic. As contemporary art becomes increasingly tied to market forces, some argue that its purpose is being undermined by commercial interests. When artworks sell for millions at auction, it raises concerns about whether artistic value is determined by creative merit or market speculation. The rise of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, has further complicated this issue, with digital art being bought and sold as speculative investments rather than as cultural artifacts. Ultimately, controversies in art reflect broader societal struggles over identity, politics, and values. While they may spark discomfort or disagreement, they also encourage critical dialogue and force society to confront difficult questions. Rather than stifling debate, controversies in art serve as reminders of its power to provoke thought and inspire change. Censorship and freedom of expression in art. Art has long been a battleground for debates over censorship and freedom of expression. Throughout history, artists have faced suppression when their work challenges political ideologies, religious beliefs, or social norms. The tension between artistic freedom and societal boundaries raises fundamental questions about who gets to decide what is acceptable in public discourse and what should be restricted. While some argue that art should be free from limitations, others believe that certain content, whether offensive, provocative, or dangerous, warrants regulation. Censorship in art takes many forms, from outright bans to subtler pressures such as funding cuts, social backlash, or institutional restrictions. Governments have historically censored art to maintain control and prevent dissent. For example, totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union strictly regulated artistic expression, allowing only state-approved works that aligned with political propaganda. Even in democratic societies, censorship persists in various ways, such as controversial works being removed from museums or galleries due to public outcry. Religious and moral objections often drive artistic censorship. Art that addresses themes of sexuality, blasphemy, or violence has frequently been targeted. Andres Serrano's Piss Christ, a photograph of a crucifix submerged in urine, provoked outrage among Christian groups and led to funding cuts for the National Endowment for the Arts in the U.S. Similarly, works like Chris O'Feely's The Holy Virgin Mary, which incorporated unconventional materials and challenged religious imagery, have been removed from exhibitions due to public pressure. These cases highlight the struggle between personal expression and community values. In the digital age, social media platforms and corporations play an increasing role in censoring art. Algorithms and content moderation policies often restrict nudity, political messages, or controversial imagery, even when it is presented in an artistic context. While these platforms argue they are enforcing community guidelines, critics argue that corporate censorship disproportionately affects marginalized voices and limits creative exploration. Despite these restrictions, censorship often fuels greater interest in the censored work, drawing attention to issues of artistic freedom. Artists frequently respond to censorship by finding creative ways to subvert restrictions, reinforcing art's power as a tool for resistance. The very act of suppressing art can make it more influential, as seen in the case of dissident artists like Ai Weiwei, whose politically charged works have gained international prominence despite government efforts to silence him. The debate over censorship in art is unlikely to be resolved, as it reflects broader societal conflicts over morality, politics, and power. However, it remains essential to continually question who decides what art is permissible and to advocate for spaces where creative expression can thrive without fear of suppression. The debate over public funding for the arts. Public funding for the arts has long been a contentious issue, sparking debates over government responsibility, artistic freedom, and the allocation of taxpayer money. Supporters argue that public funding is essential for fostering creativity, preserving cultural heritage, and ensuring that art remains accessible to all. Critics, however, contend that funding should be reserved for essential services, that art should be self-sustaining, and that taxpayer money should not support works that may be deemed controversial or offensive. This ongoing debate reflects broader discussions about the role of art in society and the extent to which it should be publicly supported. One of the main arguments in favor of public funding for the arts is that it provides opportunities for artists and institutions that might otherwise struggle financially. Museums, theaters, and arts programs rely on government support to operate, particularly in regions where private patronage is limited. Funding helps ensure that the arts remain a part of public life, allowing communities to experience and engage with creative works regardless of their economic background. Additionally, many believe that public investment in the arts fosters national identity, education, and tourism, contributing both culturally and economically to society. However, opponents argue that government funding for the arts can be wasteful or politically motivated. They believe that the free market should determine which artistic endeavors succeed, rather than taxpayers funding projects that may not have broad public appeal. Controversial works often draw the most criticism, as some feel that public funds should not be used to support art that challenges religious, political, or moral values. Debates over publicly funded artworks, such as those involving provocative themes or political messages, have led to calls for stricter oversight or defunding arts programs altogether. Another key concern is the potential for government interference in artistic expression. When art is publicly funded, there is a risk that political influence could shape what is deemed acceptable or worthy of support. Some argue that this compromises artistic freedom, as artists may feel pressure to create work that aligns with the values or agendas of funding bodies rather than their own creative vision. This raises the question of whether public funding should come with conditions or whether governments should support art without attempting to control its content. Ultimately, the debate over public funding for the arts reflects deeper questions about the value of creativity in society. While public investment in the arts has historically enriched cultures and communities, the discussion over its necessity and fairness continues. Finding a balance between supporting artistic expression and addressing economic priorities remains a challenge, ensuring that the arts remain a vibrant and essential part of public life. The role of shock value in contemporary art. Shock has long been a tool used by artists to provoke, challenge, and engage audiences. In contemporary art, shock value plays a significant role in pushing boundaries, questioning societal norms, and forcing viewers to confront uncomfortable truths. While some argue that shock for its own sake lacks artistic merit, others believe that it is a necessary mechanism for stirring dialogue and breaking through cultural complacency. The use of shock in art raises important questions about the purpose of creativity, the limits of expression, and the evolving relationship between artist and audience. Many contemporary artists use shock as a way to disrupt traditional expectations of art, whether through controversial imagery, unconventional materials, or taboo subject matter. Shocking works demand attention and refuse to be ignored. Artists such as Damien Hirst with his Preserved Animals in Formaldehyde, or Andres Serrano's Piss Christ, a photograph of a crucifix submerged in urine, have sparked heated debates over whether such works are profound or simply provocative. These pieces challenge viewers to reconsider what art can be and how it should function in society. Shock value is also a tool for social and political commentary. Many artists deliberately create unsettling works to highlight issues such as war, inequality, environmental destruction, or consumerism. For example, the provocative performances of Marina Abramovich, in which she has subjected herself to pain and vulnerability, force audiences to confront human endurance, trust, and violence. Similarly, the work of Banksy, with its subversive and politically charged street art, shocks viewers into questioning authority, capitalism, and social justice. In these cases, shock is not just about provocation, but about awakening awareness. However, the use of shock in contemporary art is not without criticism. Some argue that it has become a marketing strategy, where controversy is used to generate publicity rather than meaningful engagement. When shock value is used purely for sensationalism, it risks losing its impact and becoming predictable or even exploitative. Additionally, audiences may become desensitized to shocking imagery, making it increasingly difficult for artists to provoke genuine responses. Despite these criticisms, shock remains a powerful element in contemporary art. Whether admired or condemned, it forces audiences to confront their assumptions, engage with difficult topics, and expand their understanding of artistic expression. While not all shocking art is meaningful, its presence in the art world continues to challenge the boundaries of taste, morality, and perception, ensuring that contemporary art remains a dynamic and evolving force. Ethical concerns in art restoration. Art restoration is a delicate and often controversial practice that raises significant ethical concerns. While the goal of restoration is to preserve and maintain artworks for future generations, the process can sometimes alter the artist's original intent, erase historical context, or even cause irreversible damage. Balancing preservation with authenticity is a central challenge in the field, and restorers must navigate difficult decisions regarding how much intervention is appropriate and whether certain works should be left in their aged state. One of the primary ethical concerns in art restoration is the potential loss of an artist's original vision. Over time, materials deteriorate, colors fade, and surfaces crack, prompting efforts to restore artworks to their former state. However, any restoration inevitably involves interpretation, choosing which elements to emphasize, which to repair, and which to leave untouched. If a restorer applies new materials that do not perfectly match the original, the result may be an artwork that no longer reflects the artist's true intentions. In some cases, restorations have led to drastic changes, as seen in the controversial 19th century repainting of the Sistine Chapel ceiling, which altered Michelangelo's original hues and details. Another major issue is the question of historical authenticity. Some argue that the natural aging of an artwork, whether through discoloration, cracks, or surface wear, is part of its historical significance and should be preserved rather than corrected. Aggressive restoration can strip away this historical character, effectively erasing centuries of an artwork's life. This raises ethical concerns about whether art should be frozen in time through restoration or allowed to evolve naturally with age. The methods and materials used in restoration also present ethical dilemmas. Historically, some restorations were carried out using materials that later proved damaging to the artwork. Inappropriate chemicals, overpainting, or excessive cleaning have led to the loss of delicate details, altering the work beyond recognition. Modern restorers must carefully consider whether their techniques are truly preserving the art or inadvertently causing harm. The disastrous 2012 restoration attempt of Ecce Homo by a Spanish amateur painter, resulting in the infamous Monkey Christ fiasco, illustrates the dangers of improper intervention. Finally, the question of consent and ownership complicates restoration ethics. Many artworks belong to museums, religious institutions, or private collectors, and decisions about restoration may be made without consulting experts or considering the broader public interest. Should an institution have the right to alter a work, or should such decisions require a more democratic approach? This becomes particularly contentious with culturally significant works that belong to entire communities rather than individuals or institutions. Art restoration remains a necessary but ethically complex field. While preservation is crucial, every restoration decision carries the weight of potentially altering history, meaning, and artistic intent. As techniques evolve, restorers must continue to strike a balance between intervention and respect for the past, ensuring that art remains both authentic and accessible for future generations. The line between art and appropriation. The debate over the line between artistic expression and cultural appropriation is one of the most complex and contentious issues in contemporary art. While artists have long drawn inspiration from different cultures, histories, and styles, questions arise when such influences cross into appropriation, when elements of a culture are used without understanding, respect, or proper credit. This issue is particularly pressing when dominant groups borrow from marginalized communities, often reducing rich traditions to mere aesthetic choices while ignoring their deeper cultural significance. One of the primary concerns with cultural appropriation in art is the imbalance of power. Throughout history, Western artists have frequently borrowed from non-Western cultures, often without recognition of the original context or the people to whom these traditions belong. For example, Pablo Picasso and other modernist artists took inspiration from African masks and sculptures, incorporating their forms into Cubism without acknowledging the deep spiritual and cultural meanings behind the objects. While these artistic movements were celebrated, the African artists who originally created these forms remained largely unrecognized. Appropriation becomes even more problematic when it leads to the exploitation of a culture for commercial or aesthetic gain. In the fashion industry, for example, indigenous designs, textiles, and motifs have been used by major brands without credit or compensation to the communities that developed them. Similarly, contemporary artists sometimes incorporate sacred symbols, religious imagery, or traditional techniques from marginalized cultures into their work without permission or understanding, leading to accusations of disrespect or even theft. However, the distinction between appropriation and appreciation is not always clear-cut. Artists often engage with different cultures as a way of learning, celebrating, or paying homage. Many argue that cultural exchange is a natural and necessary part of artistic evolution. The question, then, is how to engage with cultural influences in a way that is ethical and respectful. This often means giving credit to the original sources, understanding the significance of the borrowed elements, and ensuring that the communities being referenced are not erased or misrepresented in the process. Some artists work directly with the cultures they are inspired by, collaborating with local artisans, seeking permission, or sharing profits. Others strive to contextualize their work in a way that acknowledges its sources, making clear distinctions between influence and appropriation. Museums and galleries are also beginning to reconsider how they exhibit works that have been shaped by cultures outside the artist's own, striving for greater historical accuracy and ethical representation. Ultimately, the line between art and appropriation depends on factors such as intent, power dynamics, and respect. While artistic freedom is essential, it must be balanced with an awareness of history, ethics, and the voices of those whose cultures are being represented. Chapter 13. Conclusion. Art is more than a visual experience. It is a way of seeing, interpreting, and engaging with the world. Throughout history, art has served as a means of communication, a form of self-expression, a tool for social critique, and a reflection of cultural identity. As we have explored in this book, the meaning of art is not fixed, but shaped by the artist, the viewer, and the broader cultural and historical context in which it exists. From the techniques and principles that define visual language to the controversies and ethical dilemmas that surround artistic expression, Every aspect of art contributes to a deeper understanding of both the individual and the collective human experience. One of the key themes that emerges in the study of art is the subjectivity of interpretation. Whether viewing a Renaissance masterpiece or a contemporary digital artwork, no two people will see the same piece in exactly the same way. Our backgrounds, beliefs, and experiences shape our perceptions, highlighting the dynamic relationship between the viewer and the artwork. This interplay challenges the notion of a singular, correct interpretation and instead encourages open dialogue, allowing multiple perspectives to coexist. Another essential takeaway is the evolving nature of art. As societies change, so do the ways in which art is created, consumed, and understood. The digital revolution has expanded artistic possibilities, blurring the boundaries between traditional and new media. AI-generated art, interactive installations, and virtual reality experiences have transformed what it means to be an artist and a viewer. At the same time, globalization has led to a greater exchange of artistic traditions, raising questions about appropriation, authenticity, and the ethics of artistic borrowing. These developments remind us that art is not static. It is an ongoing conversation shaped by cultural, technological, and historical forces. Moreover, the role of institutions, from museums to online platforms, continues to influence how art is valued and perceived. Questions of ownership, representation, and accessibility remain central to discussions about the future of art. Who decides what is worthy of preservation? How does commercialization impact artistic integrity? These are questions that will continue to shape the art world for generations to come. Ultimately, art remains one of the most powerful means of human expression. It invites us to see beyond the surface, to question, to feel, and to connect with something greater than ourselves. Whether through painting, sculpture, film, or digital media, art challenges us to think critically, to embrace complexity, and to engage with the world in a more meaningful way. In this sense, the study of art is not just about looking, it is about truly seeing.